So 5 past 5 is about 4 o'clock, right? Oops, sorry. I don't think many people were actually paying attention to my posts on the old YouTube social. However, anybody who was waiting for me at 4 o'clock EST, my apologies. Being late is kind of my thing. Whoops. Anyway, let's tuck right into it. Today we're going to do the old megastream, and we are going to get, as you saw at the top, this old garbage working. So I think I figured out the weird counting thing, by the way. I was just kind of screwing around with this breadboard a minute ago to see if, because the other day when I was just like kind of lightly bashing on the wires, it made it fix itself randomly. I think this yellow wire is the latch line going into the counter, and that seemed to be flaky in some weird way that was screwing up the count. So I think that was it. I think I have solved that. So I feel like I can rest easy knowing it definitely appears to be the hardware. It's not anything about what the Nintendo is doing. Thank goodness. Good evening, Wereworm, as is tradition. Good to have you here. So I think my plan of action here is I am actually going to start by getting some of the boring stuff out of the way first so that we can just kind of dig into making the software work right. So there are two major parts of that. One is, and I guess this is really hardware and software hand in hand. So watch carefully when this starts up. The first thing it does is clock in a 0, which, remember, the NES inverts inputs. So when you see, and this is falling down, when you see any lights on here that are high, they will get clocked in as zeros. You can see, well, you can see there are two zeros right there. And if you watch those zoom across, that was two high inputs. It inverts stuff, so just as a reminder. But so the very first thing it does up there is it clocks in basically what appears to be a spurious value, and it gets a 0. So we appear to basically be like one clock behind on reading what is coming in through the shift register, which is fine. And I wonder if I always am like, I wonder what a good quick fix would be. I bet I have a nice hacky quick fix, and they're never good fucking flies. So I'm going to try that again, even though that never works. I'm going to try, so I had previously inverted, it turns out when I was looking at it, the NES clock line for clocking these bits out, the thing that is actually driving the counting of these lights and all of that stuff, is inverted. It's like an active low signal coming out of the NES. And so I actually re-inverted that just in case. But I'm wondering if changing that back to the inverted version might not just like intrinsically solve that, like we're always reading the previously clocked in value whenever we read from the controller port, which if it doesn't and we just have to deal with that, that's not a big problem because we can just adjust for that in the driver software, so whatever. But I have to remember where these things are. So this gray wire over my thumb is, I believe, the inverted clock coming out. Yeah, 'tis. So if I just go ahead and remove that, because I just used an extra output on the counter chip, since they're programmable, I can do whatever I want within reason. So let's just get rid of that for a minute, pretend like it never existed, and then the input that controls that guy is something. Is it this red wire? Yes, it is. So apparently this is the clock coming in. So if I just put that back where the inverted one was coming in, we should have the same behavior. But now let's see if I reset this thing. Seriously, the flies are going crazy down here. I need to get a solution. I've gotten a couple of them. I've been very proud of myself. Basements, you know? Is that why there are all the zeros all of a sudden? Oh, yeah. No, the font just sucks, and my streaming resolution is bad. Okay, let's reset, and I don't get that 0 anymore. Let's see if things are lined up now so that when we get to the 0th one, do we actually get the... Where's the 0? Where's the 0? Come on, matrix 0 line. That's interesting. It's like I'm not getting it anymore. Did I screw that up as well? So looking at the counting looks okay, I think. Maybe. So hard to see with this gigantic blasting light here, but 2, 3. Oh, counting's all fucky. Wait, is it? Or am I just looking at the... No, it looks like it's fucky. So that's 2, 3... What? Yeah. So it's just like, it is like a bad connection on here, but I'm not sure exactly what the hell is up. See? Now it looks like it's a little... Oh, nope, nope. Now it looks like it's back. But yeah, it looks like it's... The latch line is screwy for some reason. Anyway. So will we actually see... No, we won't see an all 0. What is up with you? Let's make sure these aren't shorted together. Which I think is also part of the issue, because I just have these bare wires here coming from the keyboard. Which is also possibly screwing things up. But yeah, it's doing the thing where I never get all 0. Which I feel like is related to the latch. If I jiggle things, sometimes it starts working. I know I'm covering them up right now. Sorry. Let's just reset everything really quick. Things are still quite screwy. Doodly 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 doo. It's as everyone thought though. It's these crazy jumper wires all over the goddamn place. Let's try the old mush it and cross our fingers, because all I want to see is, now that I have re-inverted the clock signal, if my printing actually lines up with what I'm getting out of the shift register now. Wareworm says, clean it in contact cleaner. Yeah, I don't know about that. Fascinating. It's like, I think latch is interacting with something sometimes, because when it goes to reset to 0, it just doesn't. At this point, it's otherwise counting fine, but when it gets to 7, let's take my hand away, 7, and yeah, it's like it misses 1. That's fun. Which has to be hardware, because this is the same software I was running the other day, and it was just fine. So let's just keep jiggling it until I see something different. That's what she said. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope. Yeah, that top line is all screwy. But it's just the hardware, which is frustrating. Bear with. Make sure all of the actual count lines are plugged in okay. Make sure my clock is hooked up in a way that seems reasonable. You know, actually I wonder if this might be software related, because now that I'm like off by a clock, well, why would it reset to yeah, the software should not be doing this. Can't see the third bit behind the keyboard cable. Yeah, sorry, these are just going to be hard to see for the both of us. Yeah, every time it's powering on now, it goes straight to counting to 2, like reliably. Fascinating. It's almost like it's more annoying right now because I know it's a freaking hardware issue. It's just something being really not making a good connection or doing something weird, but there's kind of nothing I can do about it. Which leads me to, I'll not waste all my time on this. What I was going to say next, which is, I think my first priority is, since this is being such a finicky pain in the ass, yeah, Stephen Wright says meta stability. Pretty much. I am just going to do the boring work of soldering this shit together really quick. Making a permanent board for this. Which shouldn't take too long, hopefully. But watching live soldering is the boringest part, so. Worm says, I wonder how you'll be able to add a floppy port in the short time available. Floppy controller is hard, man. Well, it's firstly, to be clear, I am not bit banging floppy or anything. I have an already soldered up. Let me read this again. It is a Intel N8 2077 SL. So yeah, I mean it is insane either way. Don't get me wrong. But I have this here. It has an 8-bit bus and a handful of registers, and all the stuff for the actual floppy connector is already hooked up. Yes, Stephen Wright says please use sockets. I am going to, because I may need to reprogram these gals. Probably not, but you know, I might. So definitely using sockets, and I bought some. But anyway, this should. It's not like it's not going to be hard. It's going to be super hard, but this should save me. This should do a lot of the heavy lifting with the floppy stuff. I'm literally just going to use this fucking board that I started building for my other computer project. But this chunk is like done. You just have to connect up the control signals, and that's it to get it connected. The software is going to be the sucky part about that. But I have written floppy drivers for Intel floppy disk controller, or PC compatible floppy disk controllers, which this is, before. So, yeah. Okay, let's see. Yes, let's solder. Let me go get a breadboard, and I will be right back. Nope, they're over here. And I have like semi-decent quality ones this time too. They're relatively small, but I think they'll be big enough. I'd like to get the indicator LEDs on there, but if it's too much work, then I may just skip that part. We'll see. And I have sockets. And I know the way this goes together, so I'm just going to disassemble the whole dang thing right now. Maybe I'll There's some things that I should just leave to make life easier on me. Most of the interconnections between the chips, like, I know those. They're easy. No, I'm not going to do that. It seems like it's going to be easy, but it's probably going to make me go insane. So let me just see what kind of socket I need for these cat melt chips. Looks like that is right. Get myself 3 of those, and I'll just slap them on here and call it a day, more or less. And they're the cheap ones, so I'll just fold the legs over, hold it in place. Because I am not beyond doing it the cheap, crappy way. There we go. Now they're in. And I can just jam them all in and keep them in place while I'm working. No problemo. And I will just put them next to each other like this. Give them a little space. And that's it. I think that's it. I think that's all I'm going to do. And then I've got those in, and I will basically just need a couple headers, one for the keyboard, one for, I should probably headerize the NES cable, would be a smart move. But let me start by getting those in place, running. I guess I need to put in a socket for the NES controller as a priority too, because that's where my power is going to come from. And I will be wanting to run power lines to these chips, so. Bag-o headers, there we go. And how many pins do I have on there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where are my toenail clippers? Here they are, the most important tool in the world. I'm gonna read a little chat. I think I missed some. Oh no, I didn't miss Jack. Excellent. Yeah, Stephen Wright said, last episode you kind of just rustled the rat's nest and became happy again. I think this might be that when I rebuild this, I'm kind of wondering if it's the clock. So I think I'll rewire it with the clock back to the old way, because the way it's set up. Yeah. Yeah, Wareroom says, okay, so PLL is integrated. That's a plus. Yeah. Stephen Wright says, why not build around the sockets and use the breadboard as a reference? Yeah, that's what I'm doing, because that is the smart thing here, right? Yep, Stephen Wright says, then you can just move the gals, in worst case, go back to what you had, which is 100%. Ben Eater is amazing, and I will never be able to be half the person he is, so yeah, because Wareworm says, Ben Eater's breadboards look so neat all the time, it's amazing, and they do. Wareworm said, will you set up an Amazon wish list? I feel kind of shitty taking people's money. Like, I just turned on monetization for the YouTube channel, which is like, I mean, my viewership is so low it doesn't even matter, and it's not like I need that money, but I figured, hey, that's fun. And even that makes me feel a little scummy, honestly. I don't know why. I just don't like taking people's money, which is funny because I wouldn't be beyond this like becoming a side hustle, but yeah, I don't know. I just do it for fun, so it feels weird. So things like Amazon wish lists and Patreon and stuff is like, I think about it, but it makes me feel weird. JLBPCB, for when you have a week to find what was wrong with the first Gerber you sent them. Yeah, I do want to make boards for something again, though. Sometime. Actually, I do have a project, but now I'm doing this project, so we will see if I get around to the other project, which is supposed to be a Christmas present project. And Christmas is drawing pretty near, so anyway, maybe I'll actually cut this at some point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I'm building this thing, so I can just arbitrarily say which one of these is going to be 5 volts clock, ground, latch. Who cares? We'll burn that bridge when we get to it. These are annoying because they're quite tall. And I don't have helping hands, and I don't have blue tack, and I didn't turn my iron on, and I am not prepared. And I prefer to not have it going off at a wonky angle, but I do tend to have them go off at a wonky angle half the time. Because that's just me. And if I had a pair of helping hands, I wouldn't be rolling this crap all over the table, trying to find a way to make it work for me. So I generally just kind of do this thing where I grab some solder, try and get it to bond between one of the pins. There we go. Oh, that's gross. Or do this thing where you just like kind of poke it into the solder. I don't recommend any of what I'm doing. This is because I am bad at what I do. And it's still at a bit of an angle, and that's fine. See, it works. It may be terrible, but it works. Not that I don't subscribe to the if it's stupid and it works, it's not stupid. Something can totally work and be stupid. Because what about when it goes wonky later because you built it stupid, you know? know? And you know, most of what I build eventually works, and it is most definitely stupid, so that's that theory put to rest. Tacking down the legs, tacking down the legs. I wish I could read and do this at the same time. I feel like some people have the ability to like do things with their hands while they're not looking at them. And I have maybe developed that skill for typing over many, many years, and that's about it. Maybe I should work on it? I don't know. I just feel like there are people who can do that, and I have never been able to do that. Like, I feel like right now I should be able to look up and read while I'm soldering, but my mind is just like when I look up, it's a blank that can't process anything. Like, I'm looking at the chat text, and like I can't read it. Yeah. Sometimes I find that a bit of CA glue can be helpful when you're doing perf boards, Stephen Wright says. Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea. I used Gorilla Glue on a thing once and forgot that it goes all foamy and totally ruined the shit out of the board. That was fun. But yeah, CA glue, probably not a bad idea. I don't know, I always see people using blue tack, and that seems like the best idea, because you just blue tack over the chip, flip it over, solder it in, done. But I just don't have any blue tack around. Because, again, while I can afford them, I just don't have the right tools. Because I don't know, I don't even have an answer. I live with myself every day, and even I don't understand me. Okay, only 1,000 more solder joints to go. You guys ready for this? Okay, that's 2 sockets tacked in place. Well, tacked in place is not the right word. All of their legs are soldered into the board, which is really probably overkill if I'm trying to do this fast. Which is another thing I'm pretty bad at, is like, you know, knowing the get it done fast tack to doing a project. I always end up, or I'll like do things that I'm like, this seems like the fast and right way, and it is not the fast and right way. And like I look back on it and I'm like, I have no idea how that could have possibly seemed like an expedient way to do this thing at the time. And yet it seems like 100% the smart way to go in the heat of the moment. I don't know. I've decided to just stop like caring and paying attention, because I don't understand my own psychology behind that. And I mean, you know, again, that's part of this thing too, is because partially that's beside the point with the projects that I do, and it's partially beside the point because, you know, I've never been good with it. So when you just like give up and let the zen of that settle in, then all of your projects become ridiculous and you love them all and don't care. I have, I believe, another tube of solder somewhere. Let me just find it. I better have another tube. This better not be like the solder wick situation all over again. But I'm pretty certain. This might be the solder work situation all over again. The good thing is, even though it's the stupidest way to go, there's a hardware store down in the corner, and Not that they have really good solder, but they will have usable solder for you know, doing home electrical and plumbing. Yeah, this might have been the tube I was thinking about, which would be a bummer because I love this solder. Yeah, so I might do a quick pause. Quick pause, like I said, it's right around the corner, and grab that because that is seeming more and more likely as I scan. Okay, yeah, I'm just F it. Not worth looking. I'm going to pause this, hop on my bike, and I'm just going to throw up a card really quick. Hop on my bike, mute the thing. I will be back in like 10 minutes. Talk amongst yourselves. Oh, hell yeah, boy. Hell yeah, boy. Oh, hell yeah, boy. I'm back. I don't know how long that took. I probably should. I wish I had run a stopwatch. Bought the local lace out of 60/40 solder. Fine pitch stuff too. I was worried I'd have to make do with like the finest plumbing solder they had, but no, this is better than I could have hoped for. The gods of solder shine upon us on this day. Yeah, it's literally it's one of the nice things about living in a small town. There are obviously negatives about living in a small town too, but you know, we live in a town of like 3,000 people and we're like in town. So like there's an ace there, which is nice. Does anybody else, I was thinking about this on my drive. I feel like this will be a pretty universal feeling. Does anybody else just love the hardware store? I don't know. It's this thing that I've had since I was a kid, still have it now. Like, it's just this place of like endless possibility. There's bits and bobs for frickin' everything. And for some reason I just find the hardware store inspirational. And I'm not talking about, you know, Lowe's. I'm not talking about Home Depot. I'm talking about like, you know, your Do It Best or whatever. That kind of place, your Ace. Soldering irons off. Whoops. Sean Lucas says, oh, Derek Konigsberg says, when I was a kid, that place was Radio Shack. Dude, yeah, I used to work at Radio Shack for a little over a year. When I was in my late teens, like right after I graduated high school. And I was the only one who knew how to sell electronic components. And there was margin on those, boy. And then I quit because I didn't want to work retail my entire life. But yeah, Stephen Wright says, yeah, the hardware store is where projects begin. And Sean Lucas says they are full of inspiration. You are right. Let me check the backlog because I noticed some things. Derek Koningsberg says, oh, 1 second. Let me scroll up. I feel like good things happened while I was away. Wereworm says, intermission, smoke 'em if you got 'em. Sean Lucas said, I would totally chat some solder to keep this going. Yeah, I was like, if you guys could just like send me some solder through the internet, that would be pretty cool. And Derek Koningsberg says, I still find it amusing that his construction style resembles the way I used to build electronics when I was in high school, right down to the nail clippers instead of in place of side cutters. I feel like that's more universal than I would have thought. I won't read all of these, but yeah. Sean Lucas says, you would love the sewing pin bridge on one of my proto boards. And Sean Lucas says, how do we contribute to him without offending him? And Wereworm said, just tell him that he's doing fine, like to a handicapped kid. I resemble that remark. Okay, let's get back to this. And just throw it around. Yeah, it's all good. Let's pick an arbitrary pin for power and go for it. And maybe adjust some things so I can put my soldering iron down in a slightly less wonky way. So that I don't have to put it across all of my project. Cool, that'll do. So. Maybe I'll use some chonkier wire for power and ground, because why not? Let me go find my spool. You'd think I'd know where my shit was. I have this nice spool of braided wire. Whatever. I have a bag of bits and pieces. I'm not going to be slowed down today. Here. This will work. Okay, let's just make, I don't know, ground brown. There's even already solder on this. How great is that? I'm just going to make, I don't know, the outsidemost pin on this guy. Ground. It's arbitrary. Nope, that's not, there isn't a pin there. I was trying to solder to an empty hole. Brilliant. Okie dokie. And so, what is the orientation on these bad boys? And where is the ground pin? Because it's pretty standard and I can never remember it. It is bottom left. Sure. That was right? Bottom left, bottom left, bottom left. Okay, there's one. There's one. Let me see if I can speed do this and get away without tinning my wires. Let me just put my big fat face in the way of the camera too. Seems fine. Next one. All right. This is a speed soldering competition, is what this is turning into now. That seems to be working. Okay, last chip ground. Actually, let me do this the kind of point-to-point way I started with the other ones. Tack it down, measure it, cut it, move it on. Make sure I don't have stray wires all over the place. Fine. And last one. And yeah, for the record, my construction style isn't like this because of lack of experience. It's just that I've never changed. Never changed. If it works, you know? I mean, if someday I were trying to make like a real, like a product with a purpose that wasn't just like a fun hobby thing, I would like do my design CAD first, get boards made first, because it's just, with the prices of things, there's no reason not to do that. But not the point here. And frankly, I don't really ever see myself doing that. Like, that's not, I'm not interested in that. I don't know why. I'm not really interested in like making a product. I just make things for me and my own entertainment. Okay, that's ground. There will be more ground connections, but that's ground for now. And in the same vein, let's do some power, which I will just arbitrarily make the second pin. That's fine. This is fine. I would love to do this that Ben Heck way where he just like takes a wire and strips chunks out of the middle of it to kind of make a bus out of it. But I can't remember how he strips the middle out of those things. I'm sure it's not that complicated, but I just don't remember how he does it, and I don't know how I would do it right now. And I cut that way too long. Way too long. But, you know, if you're watching this stream right now, you knew what you were in for. Okay, there's one, finally. And I think I have that connected to the right pin. Sure, why not? We'll find out when it doesn't work. Also, I used to have side cutters at some point, like years ago. Used to use them regularly. Used to love them. Haven't owned a pair in probably a decade. That's just the fact of it. For, again, no particular reason, really. I probably got them from Radio Shack. Probably when I was working at Radio Shack. It was an interesting time. Because, you know, I worked at Radio Shack. It was either 08, 09 or 09, 2010. I cannot remember. But, yeah, you know. It was at the period where they were not doing great. But, you know, they were a few years away from the whole not existing thing. And then going through a million what the hell is going to happen to Radio Shack phases of their life. So it was interesting, because, like, they were definitely fucked at the time. Like, working at Radio Shack, you were like, this doesn't feel like a place that should still exist. And this doesn't feel like a place that has... I was going to say a place that has kept up with the times, but the funny part is, like, they were really trying, but they just had the worst ideas about how to do that. They, like, were trying to become a cell phone store, which is weird because, you know, I also happen to work in a mall, which is, you know, where many of the Radio Shacks are. And the mall already has 30 cell phone stores. It has, you know, the actual brand name carrier stores in, like, every mall. So why would anyone go to Radio Shack? And they were so weird about, like, really aggressively selling the cell phones, because it's the only thing they knew how to make a profit on. So it was, like, the only thing that was gonna keep them afloat. And yeah, it was a weird time. Not going through the whole conversation. Oh, Stephen Wright says, Sean Luke. Okay, maybe I will, because you guys are just, you're too interesting. Okay. No, I have to pick something. Yeah, I'm gonna focus on the soldering iron conversation, because Wareham says once you get a regulated iron, you will never want anything else. That is true. And scanning through, I also wanted to say, Stephen Wright says we weren't trying to bully you. We're here because we like you and your work, and I totally get that. Like, there would be no second guessing. If you're here, it's because I don't know what possible other reason you could have for being here. Like, I came on and I said, I'm probably going to be streaming for, like, hours and hours today, and it's going to be a lot of boring soldering and stuff, and you're here, so. And then, yeah, Stephen Wright said, I think he's using a Hako. It's a nice iron. And I am. I have said a few times, my wife bought me a Hako, whatever the standard one is that everybody has, the, you know, that old purpley, bluey, and yellow Hako deal. Fucking love this iron. I have owned many an iron in my day, none of them very good. My previous one was a Weller, like the kind that's regulated, and I don't even know if they have feedback, but that basically just have like a big fat pot on the front and no real feedback, and you can turn them up or down. Yeah. And that was my best iron. And this one blows it out of the water. I mean, obviously, this is like, that was like a $60 iron, and this is like a $100 iron. Which honestly, for the, like, value for money, I mean, it just kicks ass. I get why everybody recommends this iron. Highly recommended. Spend the $100 on it. I'm a person who isn't willing to part with money for tools for some weird psychological reason, and to me, this seems worth it. This is why my wife had to buy it for me as a present. Okay. All right. Stephen Wright says water in the sponge. I don't even use my sponge. I used sponges for years. I used these sponges, and this one just has tacks in it for no good reason, for ages, and they fuck up your iron, dude. They fuck up your iron so bad, and it makes sense because you're like quenching your iron tip every single time. They're no good. But this one has whatchamacallit, this stuff, the Brillo pad basically, and that works just fine and holds up for a million years. Anyway, power's done, ground is done. Now we actually have to wire shit up, and I have to decide which chips are going where. And then also we have to figure out how to get the resistors, which you can't see, but there are resistors for pulling everything down when a row isn't selected. And the diodes for making sure we don't have backflow back into the chip through the matrix in there. But I'll burn that bridge, as I often say, when I get to it. So let's just start with the chips from, I guess I'll make this one the row read one, and I won't even pull the resistors off the board because I have a big old bag of these resistors. So, but that's my start. Is actually no. Let me continue running lines from the controller plug to where they need to go. That's what I'm gonna do. Start with the most important signals first, and those are they. So I'm going to say this orange wire is latch, and I should like make myself a chart really quick. Yeah, I'll just write this down in Notepad. The most advanced of all note-taking things. Pin 0, ground, pin 1, VCC, pin 2, latch, and I will just note that ground is brown, and VCC is red, and that should give me orientation should I forget what the hell this was as I'm going. But yes, so this will be my latch pin, and that goes to, let's see, assuming that this first one is my parallel in serial out doodad. Pin 1 is clock and pin 2 is latch. Is that true? Let me look at the source real quick. Let me look at the source and not guess, because I have looked at a breadboard and grabbed the wrong thing before. It has happened more than once. That would be, no, parallel shift. Yes. Okay, yeah, no. Okay, just being safe. Pin 2 is latch. Can't be too careful. And pin 2 is this guy. And my wires are going to go all over each other because fuck it. If it's here, let's revise that earlier statement. If it's stupid and it works, then I probably made it. No judgment call on whether it's good or not. Just I made it. Also, I've been trying to decide, because I had that I'm going to, put this on a board in the back of my head all day. I was trying to decide whether I should include the LEDs just to, for debugging purposes. I suppose I can slap the logic analyzer on it. No, that was the wrong side of the fucking chip. That was the pin adjacent to pin 2. See, I can't talk and do things at the same time. I can't read chat and do things at the same time. Got bad brains. But yeah, no idea if I'll be able to fit them in there. And it's just fitting more shit on there, and it's gonna take more time, so probably not. Okay, so that's latch to the first chip, and then latch on the. I'm just gonna do these in the order I have them on the board. So it's the parallel in, serial out. Then it is the counter, and that I set up the exact same way. Thank you, me. It is still pin 2. So let's just run that over. Yeah, I really don't know how to do this without getting my fat head in the way. Sorry. Of course, I can't look at the preview and solder at the same time, so I don't know how bad it is. But you know, let me know in the chat how fat my head is. Thankfully, there really aren't that many. For how huge that rat's nest is, there aren't that many signals to hook up here. Really, the most wires are the inputs and outputs to the matrix itself. So that'll take a hot second. I got a straight wire. And of course, the fun is when I get this all soldered together, and you know, I'm expecting it to be more reliable, but it's not because I actually soldered it together wrong, so then it's reliably unreliable. Therein is the irony. And then I think I did the same thing. I was going to say I did the same thing for the last chip, but there is no latch input on the last chip, because the last chip is just straight up logic, baby. So that's it for latch inputs. And I guess I'll do clock next. Why do I have 5 wires? I have 5 volts, I have ground. Oh, the data in, duh. Okay, so I have 5 volts, I have ground. I have latch. Next, I guess I'll do clock. What do we want for clock? I'm going to do purple for clock. Purple's a nice color. Purple, underrated. I think purple underrated as a color for men. I want some lavender glasses, and I can't find cool lavender glasses. It was my wife's suggestion, and I was like, damn, you know what? I actually think I would really dig that. Be a little, you know, I don't know if edgy is the right word, and edgy is not my intent, but I just think purple is cool. I think the M1 IMAX, I think the purple one looks pretty dope. Of course, I'm kind of a hipster with tattoos and stretched ears and a man bun with an undercut, so my fashion advice may not, or my fashion opinions are my own, and do not recognize and do not represent the views of those who watch my channel. Your views are your own. Hi, Lawless. Always good to. Oh, and Trey Dempsey is here too. Yay! We have like a whole crew. Yeah, Stephen Wright says it's a good idea to include the LEDs for when the count goes haywire. I know, and it's the easiest way to look at them, because clipping on a logic analyzer and setting up the capture is such a freaking pain. When, like, if there's just 3 LEDs, it's real easy to look at. You know what? We might be able to do an in-between, because I have, there's a clip for the logic analyzer that I have one of, that I could just clip onto one of the chips, and if I just jam these guys into the things on those, yeah. Worm says, God, that is, yeah, my hands are out of frame again. Yeah, I know. I'll just get this here, because I'm always like working right here, and I know that goes off camera. Wereworm, that is cold. That is cold. He says, get a job at SLS. The rocket would be on the moon by now. I don't want to talk about it. I'm not like an Elon Musk fanboy. I'm not at that angle of it, but I'm also like, and I'm not like pissed at like, you guys are wasting taxpayer money, but it's just, it's cool. I want it to work out for them, but it is freaking disappointing. And especially, you know, it's just generally disappointing to be like, well, it got scrubbed again. No shit. Everybody said this was going to happen. It's like when you're friends with a kid that you know could like do better, and he keeps fucking up. It's like that, where you want the best for him. I know, fat head. Every time I solder something, it's gonna happen. Yeah, that's the SLS situation. You can do it, man. You can do it. And I believe this is the same thing. Clock is the same everywhere. And I'm going to... Fuck, This is where I have to make that decision, because I just ran clock directly to the clock input. And I don't know, like, I can't think of a reason why that would be fucking up my line 0 counting. How could inverting the clock or not inverting the clock cause this to just not go to 0 sometimes? It's gotta be spurious hardware, right? And by not inverting the clock, I was actually getting data on that first clock instead of having, like, temporary garbage on the input. So I think I'm just going to go for it and just run clock straight in without inverting it. It's 2 wire. There are 2 pins that need the clock input. So if I need to redo, it's not that big of a deal. Will live. But it makes me nervous. But there is no try, only do. And I'll try and do my best to keep my hands kind of in frame. Sorry. I abandoned the don't tin the wires before attaching them thing, because turns out it's just not really any faster. And tinning the wires makes me feel better, so... I got a bunch of rogue wires on this, rogue strands on this wire. Let's not make any shorts and make our life even harder than you're already making it for yourself. Fuck yeah, just turn this one and redo. This is the latch line, it's not the one that I just did. But I noticed that it was looking a little screwy. And I looked closer, and it was, in fact, a little screwy. So I'm going to try and make it a little less screwy. Fathead. That seems better. Ooh, yay, fly in my coffee cup. I'm still going to drink that because I'm disgusting. Wereworm said maybe it's a race condition, going too fast at times. I doubt it, because I'm going crazy slow. I'm clocking it very slowly right now. Like, literally at, like, 1 clock a second. And these gals are, there's no way that, like, the clock pulse time in this fucking thing is too fast for these gals, because, yeah. No, it's something fucky over there. Anyway, that is clock. That is latch. Everything looks mostly reasonable. I don't think I see any shorts. Cool, cool, cool. What next? I guess... What is the other thing? So for inputs... Right, so this is going to be my serial... or parallel in serial out. So... What are the ways that I can do this? Well, I'm going to have to route everything over to the same header for matrix and column anyway, so I was thinking of what's the best way to run the fewest wires, and I was like, can I put a header right here? But no, that doesn't make any goddamn sense. Yeah, I might as well just wire the wires and make it so that I can just plug this thing right in. So, headers, bago headers. And we have, what, 11 pins, I think? Whatever, I'm not going to count. I'm just going to line it up and then break it off. Because I'm rough like that. And also, I did see, I should have said, Stephen Wright said, dinner time, I'll be back later. I will still be here, I guarantee you that. But, thanks for letting us know. We will miss you. I guess I will just do another, hold this with my finger, line up some solder, tack it this way, Garbo style. this one I am definitely going to have to mark pin 1 because I am not at leisure to control a pinout of this thing. So that's a bummer, but it's okay. It's mostly a bummer because I can't keep track of things, especially when you turn them around and mirror them and flip the board back and forth a bajillion times. Yeah, I often get my mirroring backwards. Which is why it's nice when I can have control of my own pinout. Yeah. That was all done. Okay. So, the way that this chip was working is these pins, when you flip it over and they're on the right side, are no, this one with all the wires on it. These are just my 6 inputs, and that is it from the keyboard rows, I believe. Yeah, I have clock latch and then keyboard rows and something else down here. Oh, that's the row, the virtual row, and then output enable always needs to be grounded on these. That's what that one is. And that's the one right across from the ground pin? Is it? Frickin' A, did I ground the wrong side? No, that one is just ground. Output enable is on this side. Whew, okay. Which means output enable is right across from ground, so that makes life easy. I can just strap it to ground at all times. Anyway, that means all of these go to, and now I need to look at the stupid chart again. And remember which rows go to which thingies. Weather. Tell me how to disable that, whoever was saying the other day that you disable that on all of your computers. Sears Wish Book. That is what I was Googling. TI-994A keyboard matrix. And let me get a copy of this, download it, and mark it up, because one of the annoying things is that they don't have like the stupid pin numbers on here. Sure, save image as whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Downloads, that's fine. TI-994A keyboard, sure. Oh, it's a WebP? What the hell? Wait, is this really a web? What the shit? I can't use a WebP. That won't open in MS Paint. What do you think? Who do you think I am? There we go. We'll use this slightly shittier version. Yes. Save. Open in Paint. Edit with Paint 3D? No. Fuck off. Whoever came up with that idea needs to be fired. So it does pin 1 through pin 15, but way easier for me to maybe like write them down here. Or maybe on a sheet of paper. Either way, let me mark down where I want to put. Let's see. So on here, pin 1 is on my left, and I'm just going to do the same thing here. So pin 1 is going to be my one near the NES controller, and I have a Sharpie somewhere. Here it is. And we're just going to make a dot. This is 1. You can't see what I'm doing. What? Sorry. Alright, pin 1 marked. Now, let me just make a document, and I'm going to write down, should have made a note for this too. Pin 3. Let's stop zero indexing things. Let's one index everything. Because that's what they do on an IC. And that's what they do on every header ever made. That is clock. Okay. the NES bit, and then for this, I'm just gonna go pin 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's it. And then just do 1 is, just so to make my life easier. And I'll call this column 1 through column 8 and row 1, yeah, because I keep screwing that up for myself. And it makes it confusing for people watching too. So pin 1 is column 3. Pin 2 is column 4. Pin 3 is column, what is that? 6? Yes. Column 6. Pin 4 is column 2. Pin 5 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is column 1. Pin 6 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm just going to call that alpha, and we're not going to do anything with it, I don't think, right now. And then pin 7, the next one is column 8. Pin 8 is row 1. Pin 9 is row 5. Pin 10 is oh boy. Let's row 5 in here. Cool. So that's 9. 10 was column 7. Pin 11 is 15, 14, 13, 12, 11. Column 5. Pin 12 is 15, 14, 13, 12. That is row 6. Pin 13 is row 2. Pin 14 is row 3. And pin 15 is row 6. Cool. Now I can just wire this instead of trying to follow these wires over here. So, I believe now we just need to double check which one did I put as the low one over here when I wired them up. And that would appear to be, let's find out. It is this white guy, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I think. And 8 was row 1. So the lowest row is the lowest pin. Cool. So I guess we'll just start with solder a wire onto there and run it to the right spot on the header. And this is probably going to be the most, I don't know if tedious is the right word, but these are going to be the most wires that I have to do. 7 of these, 8 for the column. Yeah, I am scanning my desk for my stripping tool. Did I put it back in here? Oh, Lord. Nope, not smart enough to put it back in the handle of that tool. Do I feel brave enough to just do it with the clippers? Sure. Yeah, that worked just fine. What were you so afraid of? Okay, so this is row 1. We shall run that to, what is row 1? That is pin 8. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Still working. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And route it in a pretty little way. There we go. Take pride in your work. Beautiful. All right, row 1. Done. You can't see my screen, but I marked it done. Row 2, baby. The fun thing is I've never had a problem with these solder connections like this until I took a board to VCF. And they went crazy and I broke a bunch of them. Handled these boards rough a lot and never broke a single one until I took some to VCF. So, cursed? I don't know. Alright, row 2 is pin 13. 15, 14, 13. It's kind of amazing how weirdly resilient they are once you get them soldered in, because like when I'm stripping that just now, I yanked the whole frickin' thing, and it's this little tiny wire, but it stayed perfectly anchored to where I had soldered it. The wire didn't break. Like, it's weirdly strong wire, which I will count as a blessing because I manhandle everything. Alright, row 2, done. Row 3 goes to pin 14. Cool. Right next door. I remember having much more trouble in the past using the clippers for... Oh, no, I spoke too soon. I thought I stripped this. It just looked like it was stripped. And with the clippers, I am a little bit worried about, like, pinching the wire just the tiniest bit and making it prone to snapping during bends, which I have had problems with a little bit, but this seems fine. Alright, that was pin 14, 15, 14, right here. Also, I will say, I feel like I am doing this faster when I have an audience, because I know I have some time pressure. I need to get this done. So, indirectly, you guys are helping me very much on that front of being a little more expedient. Okay, that was row 3. Marked. Done. Row 4. Row 4. Did I mark a row 4? That would be really funny if I never marked row 4. I marked row 6 twice. Let's review that. Oh, if I could... The problem is chat is up. So, like, this is me looking at my board. This is me looking at chat. So, Trade Empty was trying to be helpful, and he said row 14 goes to pin 3. And I can read that less easily than I can read my monitor, unfortunately. Not your fault. Yeah, what the hell does row 4 go to? That goes to this. What is this? 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. I said that was row 5. Let's re-review. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. Is that right? No. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. Whew. I'm losing it. Okay. Let's just review what I wrote down. So we said row 6 was 15. Good God. Row 6 is 15. And it is not. What? How high am I? It's row 5 is 15. Row 6 is 15, 14, 13, 12. Which I have it marked as. Good. Smart. Good guy. Row 4 is 50. What? What? Can I not follow these? What is wrong with my brains? See, it's stuff like this. Like, this is really easy, and my brains are just losing it. Yeah, I totally followed these wires wrong. Pin 15 is row 4. Pin 12 is row 6. We have that. And pin, this was 12, 11, 10, 9 is row 4. That is marked correct. No. What? That is row 5. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. If I follow it from one direction, my brain just skips and can't follow the wire. You're watching this live. You can see how insane I'm going, because I'm sure you guys can see it just fine. Anyway, so 9 goes to 5. Crazy pants. And then 3, which, god damn it, better be right, because I already wired it up, was on row 3. Where is it? Oh, right, covered. That's 14. Good. Row 2 is 13. Good. And this was 8, which was row 1. Okay. Whew. That seems righter. That seems righter. So let us proceed by connecting row 4 to pin 15. Right? Yes. Thank you for watching my hilarity. 15 is row 4, 15 is row 4. Pin 15, it is row 4. I should probably strip this wire. Row 4, damn it. Yes, there we are. Go to your home. Go to where you want to be. Row 4. That seems connection related. Okay, row 4. Mark it off. Row 5. That was pin 9, which is the one right next to pin 8, which is one that I already did. So go from 5 to 9. And get some schmutz off this wire. How did you get there, schmutz? Okay. Row 5. I originally did buy wire wrapping wire when I first got it for wire wrapping, because I thought it was a cool retro way to do things. Mind you, this was in like late high school. Never once used it for wire wrap. Never once. Okay. 5, 2, 9. Sorted. Six is, oh, mark it off. 6 is pin 12. Reverting to my way of trying to cut the wire to size before I soldered it, which I don't think is, I think it's slower than what I'm doing. I have no proof, it's just a gut feeling. But my hands want to do it. Shan't let them. Okay, 212. Come on. Then you partially strip it, and it becomes a giant pain in the butt because you get this weird. I don't know. Lumpy, stretched out turtleneck of plastic on the end of the wire, and you pretty much just have to cut it and try over again. Which never happens if I had my proper wire wrap stripping tool, which is sitting somewhere on this desk, possibly visible on camera. Alright, so that is all of the keyboard rows, except for we'll have to go back and make sure we hook up the phantom row. Yeah, and that will be all of them. So I have one extra pin for my column 0 phantom row, but there's that, and now I just need to make sure that those are pulled to ground, is how I'm pulling those. So I have enough room, let's just put them by the connector. Stand them tall, because that seems like a great space-saving measure. Okay, let's start down here, because I have a whole bunch of them grouped together. And I don't care if it's pretty, I only care if they're grounded. I just know that I'm going to need 6 of these. It's 4, 5, 6. And I'm really not sure if these have... I got these off Amazon with a pack of LEDs, and I'm not sure if the legs are so frickin' weedy on them because they're low wattage or because they're cheap. I just have never seen resistors with legs so low gauge before. I don't think I've ever seen any component with legs this low gauge. It makes me feel weird. So it looked like I saw out of the corner of my eye is Trey Dempsey taking off, which is a bummer, but I mean, people have lives, you know? I'm appreciative that he signed on at all. Unless... Oh, no, he's saying bye to Sean Lucas. Never mind. Oh, and Sean Lucas, like, totally signed on and said a bunch of stuff, and I didn't respond to him at all. Aw, what a jerk. But, next time. Man, you guys have a lot of chat going on. I'm going to have to review in a second. But right now I have business to take care of. A resistor business. Okay, that is 15, 14, 13, and 12. And then 8 and 9, that should be it. And 9, where are you? That is Q. Nice. The rows and columns on this board are labeled along here faintly, but they are not the same on both sides. They are opposite each other. That's super cool. Okay, and pin 8. Cool. Just need to solder one side of all of those and try not to undo my connections that I've already made. Pray for me. That seems good. That one seems fine. Because the fun with fine wires all gangled together like this is that you put some heat on them and they immediately pop up and disconnect from the thing. And then you have to try and hold them down and try again. Not ideal. But so far, so good. Yeah, buddy. That one's good. And that one's good. And noise. All right. The signal side of all of those looks good, I think. See, this is the thing. Toenail clippers are terrible for this kind of cleaning up your leads. That is one thing that, like, I really need a side clipper for. I mean, obviously you shouldn't be doing any of this with toenail clippers. They have no benefit. But man, this is not a job for toenail clippers. But it's connected. They're fine. It's all good. It's fine. Okay, so now I need to take this side. And we're going to do this the super lazy way. I am going to, let's see, just kind of lay all of the ground side legs of these resistors over top each other. To make myself a nice little bus, happy little bus. And second, I am actually going to take one of these and run it conveniently over to the closest ground. And that way I don't have to run any extra wires. Yay! Okay. So let's solder together this whole gangle of shit. Try not to melt any of the whatchamacallit insulation on these wires, and connect this little spur to ground. And I think that worked. I think we are connected. And do a trim. Okay, so that is my pull downs for the rows all done. Look at that. Let's oh, the camera's here. It's here. It's here. This camera's terrible. They're in. They're in. It's beautiful. I was gonna say, let me make sure none of the wires are, or none of the leads are like touching each other over here, but it doesn't matter because they're all on the same ground bus. So if they touch, they're supposed to be connected, so F it. Okay, that is column inputs wrapped, except for the row 0. Next, I need to do the counter, which should be hilariously easy. Oh, I guess one thing I should do is which output was I pulling to go into the Nintendo, and that is the one on the second to last pin. So let me also connect that up. That's the only Nintendo pin that I have not connected yet. Let me make sure I don't totally F that up. But I think we're okay. Yeah. What is... Okay, that's the power pin, which is hooked up. Whew! I was really concerned for a second that I had like totally fudged this up, but it's because my wires are all over each other and I didn't see that there was a pin here. I thought the power pin just wasn't connected, but it is. So power, and then the immediate next one is the output back to the Nintendo. So let's just go ahead and do that, huh? Why not? You know, I could maybe like do this. Make it a little more central. Lord, this is why I don't like using these for this purpose. I'm getting sloppy. Fuck it, that will do. Okay. This pin, hopefully I still have that right. And that goes to the only as yet unused pin on my header for the Nintendo controller, output, input, plug, jack, socket, whatever you want to call it. There we go. So the Nintendo controller thing header is as hooked up as it can be, bro. 100% hooked up. Oh, right, so the counter one, relatively easy, because that only has, I already attached the clock and the latch, and then it pretty much just has the 3 count outputs, and that's it, right? Power, ground, oh! I also need to make sure I have these output enables attached to ground. Yes. Let's, should I use more of this brown wire for that? Should I? I don't know. Problem with this wire is it's so freaking chunky. It takes up so much space. But, you know, consistency. Also, now I'm going to have to attach... I was going to say I have to attach 3 wires to 1 pin here at this one junction, but you know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to attach to this nice little ground bus I made for myself and run it all the way back, because that's going to be way less fiddly than trying to connect 3 wires to 1 pin. Wouldn't you agree? I would agree. This output enable. Bam, connection awaited. And another one for the other chip, and the third chip does not need its output enable set to anything, because it is not a registered chip. Damn it, I pulled one of the strings out. And hopefully this tiny little piece will get my job done. I have more. Would be convenient. So, output enable of this chip is here, where you can't see because all my hands are in the way. And I'm just stretching the insulation because this wire is still hot. Not doing myself any favors, but there you go eventually. Tin. And attach to ground. And done. Okay, so my outputs are enabled. So back to this counter chip, which again, as I said, should be pretty easy because there's not much going on here. The only inputs are clock and latch, and the only outputs are these 3 wires over here, which are my count, which just go into pins 2, 3, and 4 of the subsequent chip. And those are on the output, so like that's easy. I just kind of have to like bust them. Neato. Right, that's outputs. 19, 18, 17. Yes. And then inputs 2, 3, 4. So yes, they are directly across from each other. Nice. See, I laid this out smart. I was thinking about the layout the whole time. This was top of mind. You know, I'm always planning. I don't know why you guys say I just kind of fly with the seat of my pants. What is the saying? I can't do sayings. No, this is fully planned. Every step. Flying by the seat of my pants. Jesus Christ. What planet am I from? Hold up. Yes, starting at pin 2. It was freaking me out because there was nothing attached to pin 1, and I said to myself, shouldn't there be something attached to pin 1? But no, because that's the clock input for non-registered chips. Let's just double check the source just to be crazy yet again. So that is the decoder. And that is the inputs start at pin 2. Yes, they do. Right there. I have to double check because I am in fact crazy. I can't be trusted. Not even myself can trust myself. It's just the way it is. And I'll get these run, and then I will have a quick interaction with chat again because I love you guys, and I have been as an absent father, neglectful. Okay, that is count bit 2. Then you get these really short wires, and then it's super fiddly, and it feels like you're going to break the whole thing by trying to strip the wire in situ. And then you ask yourself, why did you do this in situ? Is it because it seemed faster? And you go, yeah, it seemed faster. And you go, it's going to be a lot slower when you have to redo this whole wire again. And then you, well, that really shuts you up. And you gets huffy and sits in a corner while you finishes the project. The end. No, we can clip you shorter. We can do it. And also, when it's like, it is funny actually. It's almost a little bit harder when you have these kind of like bussable situations where you can just run a wire straight from one pin to a pin that is directly across from it, because then your wires are really weird if they're not exactly the right length. Like these guys, you can route them higgledy-piggledy. They can have a lot of slack in them. These guys, like, they need to be exactly the right length, or it's real wonky. But we make it work. Okay, third bit. last bit. And then it's just hooking up the column output diodes and then running wires from the outputs of the column output diodes to the column inputs on the keyboard. And that's a board, I think. Maybe LEDs. Maybe. Maybe for the count. Maybe. Do you hear me? Maybe. So, like, if I'm here already anyway, why not, I guess. It's 3 LEDs. Okay. So, that is like 75% of the way there. Let's check chat. Let us check chat. Let's have a quick check-in and a quick break for me. And a quick drink of the water, because I have not been hydrating myself enough as of late. I'm just going to go with what I've got on my screen, so sorry if you had some chats from earlier, and let me know if there was interesting stuff that you would like me to respond to while I'm sitting here, because, yeah. Trey Dempsey says row 4 is off by, like, this is probably old stuff. Hopefully, and Trey Dempsey said, I'm not being helpful. You're being helpful, Trey, in spirit. It's my fault that I'm not looking at the screen. Guru pin meditation error. Then John Lucas had to go. Blah, 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 blah. Worm says, toenail clippers. I chew them off like it's meant to be. I will not say I have not done that before. Toenail Kama Sutra. Trey Dempsey says, this is actually a decent point to respond to. Trey Dempsey says, wire that thin, you can probably burn through the insulation. You can't. It's one of the blessings and the curses of this wire wrap wire, is the insulation actually, like, has a super high melting point. I have no idea what it is, but just, like, in my experience, it's kind of hard to melt with a soldering iron, which is good because with, like, the super fine wires, when they crisscross over each other, and, like, especially if you have, like, when I'm doing PLCCs, and you've got, like, the really tight, well, you know, you've got, like, 2 rows very tight against each other, like right here. This is 2 rows of pins right next to each other, kind of like with a header, and so you've got the wires laying basically right over top of each other in a lot of cases. Having insulation that is hard to melt is nice because you don't get accidental, like, insulation melt bridges, which is very, very nice for me because that's a thing that I accidentally do constantly with, like, regular insulation wire, so that's saved me a lot. But the other annoying thing is, you'd think you wouldn't have to strip this, and it would be nice if you could just, like, apply some heat, because you don't need, again, with wire this fine, like, you just need a little tiny bit of wire to attach to the pad. You don't have to strip much at all, but it doesn't really melt, so you can't just, like, stick the soldering iron on it and it'll pull back. It doesn't do that. And that is the blessing and the curse of this stuff. So I was going to talk about that at some point because it's just an unimportant thing that I have noticed, but I did want to ramble about it at some point. So thank you for that. Wereworm says normal insulation shrinks, so yeah, clipping is usually enough. Yeah, probably overkill on, like, the regular insulated wires that I was using here. Trade MC said double checking is fine. Triple checking is the sign of a madman. I have nothing to say to that except, well, no. It is the sign of a madman, because I'll self-identify as a madman, because I have garbo brains, so triple checking is usually a requirement. And if that's true, that also lines up with me being a madman, which is just... Airworm says, you're not neglectful, you're just going out for cigarettes. Like Dad. How many times have we made that joke in my household since we've had a kid? We used to make that joke before we had a kid. I think I do have to steal the diodes off of here because these are all the diodes I have. I had some nice little small signal diodes actually meant for, you know, signals purposes, and those are gone. I don't know what I did. No, I do know what I did with them. I did something stupid. I won't even mention it because it's really dumb. Anyway, let's see if these chonky boys even fit through these holes. Oh, just barely. I guess I should switch back to the overhead. Yay! Yay! Just barely. Just barely. That's just enough for me. Okay. Now I just have to make sure I am putting them in the right way. So, my count outputs just come straight out starting from pin 19. Yes, they do. Very good. Very good. So that will make this easy. So, pin 19. Doop, there's a diode done. Very good. Fold them over. Done. Next diode. Ugh. How long has this been taking now? 2 hours. Nice. Well, I mean, considering that I had to go out for a solder run, I'm okay with that. I estimate another 30 minutes to completion, and then we can softwares it up. It's funny, it doesn't feel like it has been 2 hours. It never does. Time flies when you're having fun, and when you're with good people. Which I'm not going to ask too much about any one of you guys because I don't want to know if you're bad people. So, you know, don't meet your heroes and all that. Which is funny because I feel like, was it you, Trey, that was saying you were going to be at VCF? Somebody was saying they were going to be at VCF. So that's going to be interesting. VCF, there's a thing I can rant about. Is just, I've ranted before about, last year was my first time going to VCF Midwest, and it was awesome. Really enjoyed it. That's why I'm going back. 100%. One of the best events I've been to. Super fun. But it is very funny at an event like that where it's like, you know, a bunch of weirdo introverts, really, because aren't we all? And like they're doing an event. Now, mind you, I've never, you know, for the same reason I've always found the idea of like demo scene stuff and whatnot, and I guess really like when it comes down to it, like big LAN parties and whatnot. It's so funny because it's people that are not traditionally social people. Now, mind you, everyone's different, but you know, on average, you know the scene. And then you get them together for an event like this, and suddenly they're all like, it's their people, so it's a riot. And I just find that dynamic fascinating. But it's also funny because it's a riot, but it's still awkward, introverted people. So, like, it's a little bit in between. It's not like your normal party, but it's more of a party than you might imagine given the clientele. Given the patronage. I don't know. All I know is, I loves it. It's a lot of fun. Also worth mentioning is I haven't had a single stream drop today. Let me check YouTube to actually make sure the stream is still going. But I haven't had any dropouts. Yeah, I'm still going. Wow. 2 hours, 0 dropouts. That might be a record. Okay, almost through putting these diodes in. Second to last, penultimate diode. Insertion of penultimate diode commencing now. And of course this one doesn't want to behave. There you go. Thank you, diode. Good enough. If I could just like take some of the material from these diode legs and put it on the legs of these resistors, everything would be the right size. But we don't live in a perfect world. These diodes were not meant to go this closely packed to each other. Let's do the YouTube beauty person thing. I mean, this is like a fixed focus. This is a fixed focus webcam. I think that's the best we're gonna do. But they are not meant to do that. Oh well, not your choice, diodes. Too goddamn late. Okay, soldering time. Hopefully I don't bridge any of these together, which is... They're tight, boy, and I'm not dexterous. I think I will clip these as I go. I wonder if these clippers can even deal with leads of this magnitude. Oh, like it's nothing. Okay. All my worries for naught. And just to sanity check myself again, yes, the very bottom pin here is not connected. It is not connected, which on all the other ones is the output enable pin, but we don't need an output enable pin on this one because, again, that output enable pin is only an output enable pin if you program it as a registered device, which I have not done. No bridges so far. Only clean, beautiful connections. I like really getting my head in there so I can smell the solder fumes. That's why I get so close. It's not, because I have poor vision. It's just, I love huffing solder fumes. It's so good. Though I hear it's not the fumes that'll get you, it is ingestion. Which is fun because I've been sitting here drinking water and sipping coffee while doing this. So, I mean, I wasn't that smart to begin with. How much worse could it get? And I'm from Flint, so I'm probably already screwed up to begin with. If you didn't know that, that's probably a fun tidbit that I never even once thought to mention, is that I am from Flint. I'm not from Flint. I am from an adjacent town 10 minutes away. 10 minutes down the road. I had a Flint address growing up because we lived... we didn't live in Flint Township, but we lived in... we lived in a township that didn't have its own zip code or however that works. So we got a Flint address because we were in the Flint metro. So yeah, I am from the Flint area. Fun fact. Which was really interesting moving because like the Flint water crisis thing happened right after I moved out of Michigan. And suddenly everyone knew where I was from. I mean, Flint is pretty infamous to begin with, but yeah, not like it was after that. And I haven't been up to Flint in a while, which is kind of a bummer. It's really a pretty cool town. Now, mind you, I grew up there, but so I am biased. But I like Flint. Okie dokie. That's the chip side of the diodes in. Now I'm just soldering the output side of the diodes, and then I will need to connect the output side of the diodes to the header and LEDs. And we're done. I'm not going to do LEDs on all the count pins because that would be redundant, and I'm pretty sure the counter works. I'm pretty confident about that. I've never seen a reason to think that my counter doesn't, or that my, not the counter, the decoder, that my decoder doesn't decode. But I'll do 3 lights on the counter because Why the hell not? Easy enough. Okay, and those are all hot as shit. Knew that was gonna happen. And as I flick bits of hot metal into my eyeballs, it's fine, because I already couldn't see. Cool. No bridges. Looks good. Now we must refer to the chart. Everything looks basically connected. Refer to the chart. The chart says... Doodly-doo, doodly-doo, where'd it go? The chart says... Here, let's do this. Since I'm throwing just a ton of garbage on this screen, let's just go ahead and add some more. Sure. Yeah, there you go. There. Now we just have Notepad. Done. Maybe let's scale up that font just a touch. Maybe that was too much. We have flown too close to the sun. We have still flown a little close to the sun for my liking. Is that everything? That's everything. There we go. That works. Oh God, wereworm. I'm not even gonna read that. Not that it's that bad, but wereworm, referencing the old. Oh, now I've forgotten her name. What is her name? Yeah. What is her name? Wereworm, tell me what her name is. She's fascinating. Okay, what goes where? Let's start with... Column 0 is at the top, right? Is that correct? Yeah? Goes there, goes there. Yes, that is the one that I have attached to my column 0 sense wire. So, let us also connect that straight up to one pin over on my shift register dealio that hasn't been connected yet. And let's just run a wire across the board like a maniac. Yeah, I almost did that thing again. Strip, solder, cut, strip, solder. Remember this sequence. Peaches. Peaches. Ha! I didn't look at the screen before I did that. Peaches. There we go. Nice reference. I don't know what got that in your head, but sure. I'll let a Peaches reference show up on my channel. I'm transgressive, damn it. Okay, column 0 sense. Be soldered in now. Yet another my head is in the way thing, but these wires have stacked up so much that I have to like jam it down past a whole pile of wires. Get it to touch the thing, but I think it is connected. Cool. We will find out when we plug it in, I guess. Okay, there's that. Now, where does the actual column 1 signal go? It goes to pin 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Should I run them this way? Inward? I think so. Because otherwise, I know they're going to like come out the side of the board, and there's going to be a rat's nest there, and it's going to be gross. Because that's what I have done on other cards before, and then you just have a whole bunch of wires sticking out the side that snag on shit. So I'm going to learn from my mistakes and go inward. 2, 3, 4, 5. Look, counting, it's hard for me. I didn't go to elementary school. I'm embarrassed to admit it. Okay, should probably mark that off. That was column 1, pin 5. Doodly doodly doo. Column 2, pin 4. Why do I keep trying to measure this out? Don't measure it out. Just solder. Just do it. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi, oi. There we are. Pin 4, right? Yes. Finally did it. Finally broke one off. Damn. I mean, not bad considering, you know, we've made a few connections here. I'd like to think we've all made connections here. No, but I haven't yanked any of them off until this one. I was so very worried about that. And you know what? You know what? It is fixed now. It is fixed right as rain. That was 4. Yay, we are a quarter of the way done with these wires. Okay, mark that off. Column 2 done. Column 3 is on pin 1. That will be easy to find. Don't measure, just cut. You've got this, man. Get into a rhythm. Get into the rhythm of the night. The night. Oh yeah. Give me a copyright strike. Copyright strike. Oh yeah. Just a copyright strike. I was actually kind of surprised. Not that it really affects me, but that one video where I was trying to figure out audio crap and I was trying to make the turntable work properly, and then it just suddenly went onto the stream when I was playing Deal Mars Volta. It actually got a copyright strike. Which, I mean, I guess that's not really that surprising. I just kind of didn't expect it, and then it popped up that I had a copyright strike, which is fine. Because it says you can't monetize that video, and that's fine, because it has like 200 views, so. How do you pronounce the frickin' J in Polish? Fuck. Sorry. Because you've been here, or we've had a... Is it the same person? Is it like a Y-ish sound? Wojtek? Wojtek? Sorry. I just like to learn things. I like languages. Anyway, Wojtek says, or whatever, says, nice project, best regards, from Poland. It's not enough to really write home about. But, you know, everybody in the U.S. always likes to talk about where they're from. Where are you from, really? And, my maternal grandmother is Polish, from Poland. So that's something. I have never been to Poland, though. It's kind of vaguely on my list. We did column 3. I should have marked that off. One of my co-workers is also Polish, born in Poland. I'm trying to think. Like, it's Michigan. There are a lot of Polish immigrants in Michigan. There's a whole suburb of Detroit, Hamtramck, that is... It sounds like not as much these days, but used to be like the Polish town. Yeah, we're kind of... Detroit's immigration-wise historically known for Polish people and Middle Eastern people. Dearborn, of course, one of the biggest enclaves of Middle Eastern people outside of the Middle East. Blah blah blah. That's pen 2. Can't read. Losing my mind. Losing my something. Wish somebody would tell me I'm fine. Nothing is fine. Nothing is right. I'm running and I'm crying.
little piece of shit.
Also, by the way, thanks for saying nice project, because
it's dumb. It's a dumb project. But it's nice of you to say so. And it's nice to have people watch it. It's nice not to feel so alone.
Okay, we're halfway there with these wires. Halfway. Halfway. Mark off 4. It's done. 5 is pin 11. Doody-doody-doo. Let's see. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11. Why do I keep counting like I'm going to measure it? Don't measure it. Strip, solder, then cut.
Remember the mantra. I will, because I'm trying to, I mean, I know that, you know, there are people watching from all over, and most people, even if you're in the area, probably don't have the schedule available to attend. But, you know, VCF Midwest, next weekend, Chicago area, look it up. One of the cool things is that, like, in the last 3 sessions, including this coming up one, they've managed to put together like a panel of YouTubers. Ben Heck used to go to it all the time. I don't know how I feel about Ben Heck. I don't know. His personal opinions on some things seem to be whatever. That's between him and me. But anyway, that Ben Heck has been going to it for forever, just because he's in Wisconsin, kind of nearby. And then Clint from LGR decided to go once. That's what kind of brought it on my radar, because I'm from Michigan, so I'm like right around the corner from Chicago. And anyway, so the cool thing is they've had the kind of some of the YouTube heavy hitters just like hanging out there, and that's fun. Because when I went to the last one, it was Computer Clan, LGR was there, and 8-bit guy. Not that I forgot his name, I just can't think and do a thing at the same time. And so that was cool, because you're just like hanging out, and these people are just around. 8-bit guy, I'm gonna say a lot friendlier. I guess I'll say friendlier than I would have thought, because he seems a little, I don't know, he kind of, I don't want to judge the guy. You know, I don't know him, but in the videos he comes across like just the slightest bit uptightish, and I think it's just because he's a nerd. Because like in person, he's way nicer than you would think. Just a more laid back guy than you would think. Pretty nice. And I just thought I'd mention that because that is, or just that the YouTube people are there, because that is another good reason to come, and that's why I go, is because if you get a table, like you're just spending a weekend with like people you know off YouTube. Not that you're hanging out with them directly all day, but anyway, where was I on? I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I just connected 6, and 6 is on pin place. And Wojtek said, I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. Z's in Polish are the devil. Not going to try. But near the border with Germany, they say. So, that is cool. I went to Europe on my honeymoon, because I have done a bit of traveling, but I never went to Europe. And so, I had to kind of talk my wife into it, because she really wanted to do like the relaxation Southeast Asia, like just chill out all day vacation. And I'm a little more of an adventurer, but we found a solid middle. So I got to do my European trip, taking a trip around. I know some people in London, so we were in the UK. I love the UK. It's a cool place to be when you're in my history with foreign countries besides Canada is, like, I've spent time in Asia. So, like, most of my foreign travel is going to a place where I don't understand the language whatsoever, or at least didn't at the time. So as an English speaker, I really like
traveling to the UK, which I have done twice now, because it's weird being in a place that's a foreign country, but also they speak your language. It's neat. But yeah, just that there's so many places in Europe I want to go. So we went to the UK, we went to, then we went to France, hung out in Paris for a bit, and then we went to, I just want to get these all in order, right? Then we spent some time in Geneva, which was real nice. I don't know how anybody affords to live in Geneva, but it's a beautiful town, full of nice, expensive things and rich people, and world governments. And I think that was it for Europe. So lots. I would love to travel to the Nordic countries. I would love to explore Germany and Poland, obviously, because I would like to go to Poland. I have Polish roots somewhere in there. That would be cool to do. I don't know. I just love travel. But also, I'm not willing to spend all of my money on it. So, come see, come saw. Worm said, I spent the last minutes rewatching the Muppets version of Fuck the Pain Away. I don't know if I'm going to say I need you to share a link, but I kind of need you to share a link. But then that means that other people in chat might see the contents of that link, and I don't want to put that on them, okay? Anyway, this is Wire 7. I've gotten distracted, and we need to get down to business. That is pin 10. Pin 10, pin 10. That was the one right next to 11. Okay, there is column 7. And now the final column, column 8, is at pin 7, which is the one right before. Well, I only have 2 pins left, so one of them is the alpha pin. That's the one that's not the alpha pin. Almost measured again. I'm almost done with this board, and I really didn't get that strategy tuned in at all as far as solder, cut, solder. Oh well. Okay, where are we in the stream now? Okay, 2 hours 19. I said at 2 hours, I guesstimated that this would take another half hour. I'm still on track. Feel pretty good about that. Now these LEDs might throw me for a loop. So, wish me luck there. And yet again, the classic problem of big fat bundle of wires that you can't see because shitty webcam. And this wire is not at all parallel to the surface of the board. So getting it routed and soldered in is a thing. But it's there. So that's it. Technically, this is a functioning... Well, I mean, we don't have chips in it, but theoretically, a functioning thing if I put the chips in there. So I think the only thing I need to do now, and what I'm going to go ahead and do, is desolder these guys, the wires coming from the Nintendo controller that I currently have attached to these... Or no, you know what? Let's keep them like this for the moment, because these pins on the end of these wires will work just fine. Will work just fine to plug into this whole header. And then I can just turn the Nintendo on and see if I get roughly what I would expect. And if not, then we definitely put the LEDs on. So let me remember what all is everything. Okay, this one is going into the 5-volt rail, so let's pull that out and we will plug it into the 5-volt pin. Or the 5-volt socket, whatever. That is the second one. And then the ground one goes into the ground pin, or socket, or whatever. And then when that is done, then it was latch, which is something, oh boy.
Come on, latch. Which one are you? This one is clock. This one is latch, but no wires are actually going to them. Fun. Fun, fun. I might just have to switch them around and hope for the best. This one is definitely the output back to the Nintendo, so I can go ahead and put that in for sure. And I think... Wait, no, I noted this down, didn't I? Smart man. Yeah. No, wait. I noted it down somewhere. It's not this. Shit. I think I noted it down and then shut down the computer. Whoopsie. Okay, so we're gonna have to guess again. Whoops. Goddamn flies, pissing me off. Actually, no, this one is clock. So by process of elimination. Yeah, clock is the second to last one over here, and that means this one is indeed latch. Cool. All right, so we've condensed all of that BS down to this pretty little thing. So we've got that. Let us rip the Band-Aid off. Yeesh. Ignore the fact that Wereworm just said Miss Piggy is hot. You've been cool so far, so I'm just going to be chill. And... maybe I should put some chips in here. This is the part where we rip them off the board and there is no turning back. No turning back, no saving us. Alright, this is my parallel in, serial out, shift register. Pins are still a little too wide. Yeah, the pins are a little too narrow. Now I've probably significantly broken something. Nice. Nice, nice. And the way that I wired this up, it is kind of hard to get these in under here. Let's see, did I destroy a pin on here? Yeah, I pretty much destroyed a pin on here. Look at that guy. Do I just program a new chip at this? Fuck you, fly. For God's sake. I should have gotten like flypaper or something at the hardware store while I was there, but I was in a rush for you guys. Okay, here's to hoping I can make this pin live to fight another day, but it's kind of feeling like that might not happen. It feels rather flimsy. I have to program another chip. That's a bummer. And that actually is a pin that we use. So that's the output enable for this guy. But let's, jam it in the socket. Hey, it went in. Good enough for me. If it behaves weird, then we'll deal with it. But right now, we'll just, pretend it didn't even happen. Okay, so next is the counter with latch enable. Synchronous counter with latch enable. And let's try not to fuck up any of the pins on this one. You goddamn moron. Nope, we're already fucking up a pin. That feels better. And hopefully I'm not fucking up any of the connections on the backside either, but we'll look at that later. Okay, that one is in. Last one is the 328 decoder. And that's it. That's it. This gangle of wires doesn't do anything anymore. Gangle, gangle, gangle. I love the word gangle. Okay, that looks plugged in.
Okay, let's bring that NES window back and see. Nope, that's the desktop window. I just have all of these freaking windows just hanging out, and I don't know where any of them are and what they are. Okay, that's the NES window. I guess let's just go for it. Oh, gotta use the tweezers. Gotta use the tweezers. Hold down the cartridge. Otherwise, the tweezers are what holds the whole system together. There we go. Okay, it looks like a bunch of garbage. So that's fun. I think I will probably need to put the LEDs on there. Yeah. Okay, I see 1, 0 right on that line. Let us see if we get another consistent 0. We do. So that seems like a thing. Let me press down some buttons and see if it does some stuff. That seems right. So slash is the... What is that? Slash is column 1, row 1. So it should show up right before we get the row 1, 0. Right there. Yep, that's right. And then the next one is greater than, which we had trouble with before. So I don't expect this to work. But looks like more or less things are... Oh, it is. Less than? And come on, come on. Okay, yeah, this is looking right. Let's just do a sanity check on all the rows. So maybe like the issues I was having the other day where I thought that maybe like some of my fixes on the physical keyboard were not working was because this was real marginal. Let's actually do that. Let's do the same thing that I did the other day and hold down all of the keys for column 1 and see if we get a bunch of zeros. All in a pretty little row. No, we do not. Can I hold down multiple keys and get them all to light up? Okay, so there is definitely something screwed up with the keyboard. I was still right. Because see how you got those 3 zeros? I'm only holding down 2 keys. I'm holding down these 2. And also you didn't get the row 0 bit anymore, so that's concerning, but let's try another column just to, you know, sanity check. Word of the day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and function. This should be all the stuff on row or column 8. Come on. Huh. So maybe this is a problem with my understanding of the way that I wired things up that we'll have to look into. Because if I hold down one button, I think maybe I don't see it. Okay, no, that's right. So the 0 that's coming up here was when I was pressing the 1 key. And then we had one just now that was the 2 key. So pressing down multiple keys on the same row is, or on the same column is not working great, which is confusing to me. I'm not quite sure what that's about. Maybe it's because my pull down resistors are too strong. That might be it. So when I have all of these held down, it is still... There are enough routes to ground that it's... Yeah, that's possible. That there are enough routes to ground that it's just still pulling to ground. That could make sense. Okay. I would believe that. So these are potentially marginal. Maybe I will replace the resistors or possibly piggyback another resistor on top of each of the resistors. I think that's probably what the issue is. Otherwise, that looks pretty okay. Looks like my hardware is working. At least as good as it was working on the breadboard. So, let me... Cliff Cheney says, maybe the flies are the problem and they're just trying to communicate to you. They keep landing on the keyboard, so maybe they're trying to spell something out. Oh Lord, that is not flattering as having a basement full of flies on YouTube. Anyway, I think I will. Let's see, we've been going for. Let me double check again. How long? 2:31. Well, that's appropriate because I said probably at 2:30 we'd be done. I know the LEDs aren't on there, but you know, things look more or less right. I trust it. I'm not going to put the LEDs on it right now. So I think I'm going to take a quick break. Let's see, what time is it right now? 7:37. I'm going to break until 7:40-ish. Maybe I'll try and come back a little bit sooner, but I need to take a drink and walk around and whatnot. And then we will keep plowing ahead and see if we can't get a good eye on the software part of things. So, take yourself a break, get some water. We will meet back here momentarily. Okay, me back. Let's software. Should I software or should I adjust my pull-ups first? Adjusting the pull-ups would be relatively easy. And that would prove for me my issue of holding down multiple keys. So maybe let's do that. Can I unplug only the keyboard? That would be nice. So let me adjust my window so I can actually still see chat. I wish I could have gotten a Red Bull. Not enough time to run down the street. Later. Right. So, I wonder how many times I can say here. What was I? Yes. Let's add more resistors to our resistors, so that we have more resistor per resistor. Okay, I am going to write down really quick. I want to unplug the NES thing, but I don't want to lose my pinout. So, let me just write down that it is black, white, orange, red, yellow. And unplug you go. So yeah, slightly more work on this. Let's add. I mean, it's a little stupid and annoying because when you have two resistors in parallel, if I just like piggyback a resistor on this resistor, their combined resistance is going to be lowered. So, what do I do now? You know what I'm going to do? It's going to be real gross. Sorry, I know I'm just sitting here looking at it making noises. I think I will put resistors on here as if to piggyback them, but then clip out the old resistors. Let us see what all resistors I have in my bin. Because these are very low. These are 430 ohm. So yeah, when you hold down all the keys and get 430 ohms in parallel, your resistance is going to drop a lot. 10K, that seems high. Do I have 1Ks? 220 ohm. 100 ohm, very I guess. I thought I had more variety in resistors than this. Is the kind of annoying part. I thought I had me like some other stuff. I thought I had me like some 3.5 or whatever Ks. But apparently not. I guess maybe let's go with the 10Ks. Oh, actually these were not 4 or something, they were 5 something. 500 something. Whatever, still, quite low. Quite low. I believe, if I remember my electronics crap right, and I know jack for analog stuff, the formula is the sum of the reciprocal of the sum of the resistances? Is that what it is? Okay. We'll see if 10K is too much. I mean, really, this is just to make sure the inputs are pulled low. As long as there is some pullage, it should be fine. It's not like these are going super fast, which I understand is really the main design consideration of pull-ups and pull-downs is how quickly they allow the signal to change. And this is going to be relatively slow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Yeah, let's just fix these while we're here. Because the annoying thing is, the way I bust them all together,
is not going to be easy to unsolder, but it would be relatively easy to unclip.
Yoink.
We'll just do what we can. Just do what we can, because we must. I think I'll just unsolder the signal side. Come on, little bastard. Yeah. Yeah, come on, you little bastard. And then just clip the ground bus side. Of course, that is going to fudge up all of my wires that are actually soldered to these pins. How fun is that? Okay. Yeah. Pull out that side, and then we should just be able to clip those, and yeah. That'll be a thing. Seems like a strategy. Thank goodness these are the ones that there are only 6 of. Not that you'd think the difference between 6 and 8 not that huge. When you're soldering a bunch of stuff and you have to do it multiple times, it adds up. Those 2 extra, they add up. Yoink. And the flies knew this the whole time. They're just laughing at me. You fool, your resistance is far too low. You're gonna pull your whole thing to ground, sucker. Is what they were saying. But no, I did not listen. Foolish person that I am. I did not listen to the flies. If anyone is confused, I haven't just like totally lost my mind. This was Trade MC or somebody said earlier, maybe it was Wereworm. I am not sure. I confuse my regulars, and that feels shitty. I am sorry. Said the flies knew how to fix it all along, and have been trying to tell me. Oh, 2 more. And then I think I will actually leave them halfway in for a minute so that I can remember which ones had the resistors on them, because this is the whole keyboard matrix that I'm dealing with here and looking at, or the whole, keyboard plug, and remembering which ones were columns and which ones were rows, pain in the butt, so I'm just going to leave them half in for a minute and remove them as I replace them. Yay. Okay, and fresh ones go in. I guess. When I plug this in, how much space do I have? Can I just... Oh, heck yeah, I can just put my resistors right next to them. I had put them one space over just in case they would run into the connector, but nah. Which is good, because that leaves me room to put in the new ones. There is one. There is 2. There is 3. There is 4. I keep saying these slightly earlier, just because I am already getting bored with it. I was supposed to be done with this part before the break, damn it. If only that idiot Joe hadn't fucked this up, we would be on to software right now. Can't ever trust that guy. Working with him, ugh, the worst. Let me tell you about it. Number 5. And now I'm going like over a bunch of wires. Yeah. Just don't, if you come to VCF and you see this, don't look too close. If you really want to be my friend. Just like go, oh yeah, that looks great. That looks great. You did a great job. Make my ego feel good. Okay, but I think we have saved this. Just solder them up on the header side. There's 1. There's 2. Try not to desolder my wires that are already there. There's 3. There's 4. Thankfully, with this kind of build, like the more wires you put on there, kind of the more they hold each other together. So that is actually a nice thing. Okay, and attach these all together to ground on the other side. There's 4. Here are ones from the middle. Is that 8 and 9? Sure, that seems like a thing that will work. Clip them off, see if I get as many, if I can actually hold down multiple keys and see them all show up now after I fix this. Clippity clippity, clippity clippity, clippity clip. The thing is, with this rework, this may be a bit of a cluster, but it still looks beautiful to me. You know, I have the beholder. I'm sorry you can't see it too well on camera. I mean, you probably can't see it at all right now because I'm holding it right next to my face. Oi! Oh my god. Hopefully I didn't bust this whole thing. Come on, buddy. Don't break on me now. And make me have to find like a real set of side cutters or something. I thought we were friends. There we go. Okay, and back to clippy clippy. Clippy clippy. Clippy clippy. And I'm just going to pop another little bit of solder on the ground ones because I don't trust them. Okay, that seems more trustworthy. Okay, let's plug it back in and see if we can hold down multiple keys. Keyboard in. I will say this white PCB looks quite strange. Oh, I should probably clip off these unused resistors. How about that? Or maybe are they shitty enough that I can just like, stress fatigue them off? Ooh, yes, I can. That's how shitty these resistor leads are. Just real garbage here. But it's working out in my favor. Okay, now we plug it back in. And hopefully I wrote down these wire colors right. I believe it started with black. Yes, it did. Black, white,
orange. Red, yellow. Perfect. Try not to short out any of these wires over here. Try. Probably not succeed. You know what? I'm just going to hold them in my hand so as to make sure they are sequestered. And then maybe in a minute we'll put a header on those so that it becomes less of an issue. Anyway, tweezers in. I said tweezers in. There we go. Power on. Okay. Still don't know what those initial 2 zeros are about. They make me feel weird. Let's not worry about that right now. Let's try if I can crab claw this shit. Okay, that's all the keys pressed down for column 1. I don't know where the cat is. He's probably sleeping on a windowsill somewhere. Hey! Theory confirmed. See all those zeros? Yeah. Let me let up on one of the keys. Yeah. Right? I let up on one of them. Was it the right one? Well, let's test them one by one. And then we'll make this go faster. And then we'll... Headers on the Nintendo controller. Okay, so that 0 right there, the first one, was slash. Then the next is shoot. I'm gonna miss it. Greater than. Damn it, I just missed it. That 0 is again, that's the indicator that that is the first row coming by again. Come on. Okay, that is greater than, less than. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Cool, less than works. M. Waiting. Cool. N. Waiting. M. And so here's the weird one: is plus minus is the it's row 6, but I think it's going to show up after the row 0 indicator, which is like row 7. It's the virtual row 7. Which I don't know what's up with that. Let's just see. Holding it down. Come on. Yeah. Wait, no. I'm just going crazy. It's before it. Okay, cool. So everything works out. It can read every key in the thing. I can hold down multiple keys. Let's hold down MN less than greater than. That looks right-ish. Why don't I see the row 0 thingy in there? That's weird. I mean, I do see there's 4 zeros and then a 5th 0. If that 5th 0 is the row 1 or the column 1 indicator, then this would be right. But if it's not, then let me just see. Which keys I'm holding down versus what things I'm seeing on screen. Which key should I lift up? I want to lift up one of the ones in the middle. Let's lift up M. And that should make one of the zeros in the middle of that row of zeros flip back to a 1. Which it didn't. Wait. It made the one at the end flip back to a 1. Is that consistent? Yes, it is. Interesting. What if I lift up on N? Okay. me just do... Sorry, this is not interesting. I should move on to software, but let me hold down M and N really quick. Those are the last 2 rows. And yeah, what the hell is with that? Okay, you see that, right? So right here, we have 0, 0, 0, and what I would assume is always the... I'm just moving my hand closer to the camera, not over here. What I would assume is the row 0 indicator, when I'm not holding down any keys, is over there. When I am holding keys, it's over here. The living shit. Is it now that I have slowed down things too much by putting in these 10K resistors? Is that possible? I am perturbed. Let me just... If I hold down plus minus, which is row 6, which should be the one right next to my indicator, like that 0 right there, makes sense. That is right. And if I hold down N, which is the next to end 1, and we wait again, I might need to put LEDs on this. Yeah, see how that is not, like, all of a sudden that's over here, as opposed to being the next column over. What the living shit? Is it just too slow? Really? No, that doesn't make sense. Because, ooh, there's also just a piece of wire on there. Wonder if that could have screwed things up. Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me, because it just doesn't make sense to me. Let me try my trick of real quick getting my clip for the logic analyzer. This guy. And you can clip this onto a chip in a socket, theoretically. Yeah. And then you can do such crazy things as you find some double-ended female jumper wires. If I rip off a pair of these and steal one of these LEDs, and let's put the red end in red, and hope that it will plug in. There we go, with a bit of coercion. And plug the ground into brown. That was pleasantly appropriate. And then I plug... Damn it, this was not double-ended female. These are double-ended female. Let's try that again. Red and black. Or red and brown. Brown to ground. Red to positive. And then take these and... Let's see, which one of these should be power? Power is on the top right, and this would be 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20 should be power, and then ground should be on the opposite pin. If I got that right, this LED should light up. And this LED has not lit up, so that's cool. Yeah, I think I have that right. I mean, I clearly don't have that right, but I thought I had that right. Let me just try the old tried and true poking it directly. Ground on this side, power on this side. Yes, so this clip is just dumped for some reason. Maybe it is not making good contact. Try it again. Ground. Power. Nothing. Just checking to see if it is actually making a good connection or not. Not. Really? There we go. There we are. 1, 2, 1, 2,
just popped off entirely. Okay. Who wants to take bets on whether this clip is going to work on this little chip at all? In this socket, too. The socket is definitely munging things up. Oh, that was connected for a hot second. I don't think this was really meant to work with chips that are in sockets. So that's fun. If I press down on it, it seems to kind of work some. Also, I'm not sure it was meant for chips this narrow. So, never mind. This method of debugging might not just work at all. My apologies, I guess. Yeah, never mind. Let's abandon that. Bummer. Oh, well, shit. Okay. Next tack. Let me just go through and sanity check some of the other keys really quick. Oh, and the NES has just... Is it the NES? Stopped working for a second? Yeah, sure. And now it's getting all zeros. That's interesting. Oh, there we go. I had wires touching things, which is why I should wire headers to this. Anyhow, let's check another row. Let's check row, like just the next one over. Let's check row 2. So semicolon. I could probably stand to speed this up a bit. Yeah, weird things. What's with those 2 zeros just next to each other? Oh no, that actually would be correct because it's the first. It's the first of the next row. So yeah. Next one will be L. So we should have 0, 1, 0. No, we don't. That's fun. Come on, L. Okay. K. No, just like none of this row works. Is it because the keyboard is fucked? Is it because I wired something up bad? Hard to tell. Is it because that alpha line should be doing something and it's not? Should we just ground the alpha line too? But the alpha line, according to this pinout, is tied to column 8. So it should be not really doing anything. I don't see how it would affect things on here, but maybe I should just ground that in case that's making things go fucking wonky. Frustrating. Okay, well. Oh, you know what else I have, actually? You know what else I have? Speaking of random crap for the logic analyzer, I have tons of these clips. These are a way better idea. Haha. So these are like little, I don't know what you call them, but they've got a, I don't know how well you can see, kind of there if you look. They've got a little pincer that comes out of there, and you can put them on the leg of a chip, and Bob's your uncle. So, where do I want to actually be looking here? I want to see... Firstly, let's make sure the count is sane, because that was the traditional thing that was weird. The errors that I'm seeing are not really ones that I would associate with the count being screwy, but since we already saw stuff being weird there, let's start there. So actually, my LED, jam it into here. Hope it kind of roughly makes contact with that thing. Attach this other guy to ground. And that is an LED blinking on and off. Cool. Let's continue with that theme. And if it gets too crazy, eventually just hook the logic analyzer up to this damn thing. For I have had it ready for a couple days. Okay. Ground to ground. Signal to signal. Try not to short anything too bad. Deal with the fact that these connectors were not really meant to go together. Okay. There we go. And those are off camera. Cool. Now they're not doing anything. That's fascinating. Uh-huh. There has been a slight stall. And this one is not actually on. That is just a reflection. Cool. Yeah. That looks weird. I'm gonna be real honest. It looks a little weird. But it could just be that my probing sucks. Okay. F it. F it. F it. Here's the moment we've all been waiting for. We're gonna go to the logic analyzer. Trying to use the LEDs on this shit when it wasn't meant to is a fool's errand. We're going to use the real big boy toys. And I have a whole camera set up for it and everything, so why not? I just have to remember where it is. There you are. Ta-da, ta-da, ta-da. There we go, logic analyzer. It's not going to be the best. It's CRT, but we'll do what we can. So, ground, back up to the ground with connectors that were actually meant to connect to each other. Amazing. And this is pod 2, just so that I have my own reference. All right, and 0 is connected up to bit 0, and 1 is connected up to bit 1. I guess you can watch this if you want to. 1 is going to be connected up to bit 1. And 2 is going to be connected up to bit 2. Yay. Yay. Cool, so that's those. And I guess let me connect clock to clock. That would make sense. Because we actually have a clock signal. Ooh, and it has a connector on it already. Nice. And it's disconnected. Not as nice. Get back on there. Okay, and clock I generally have plugged in to pin 1 on all of these, right? Yes, that's correct.
All right, so let's start there. I am going to go over to the logic analyzer now. And actually, I'm going to turn off the NES. And that is not the camera for the logic analyzer. That is the camera for the logic analyzer. And how about you not suck so much? Oh, I know. This is super low, too. I took some stuff out from under it. Sorry, Mr. Camera. Vomit moment. Sorry. Watch out. Okay. That's slightly more head-on. Hopefully the refresh rate doesn't do anything worse than that. Okay, so pod 2, which I believe is this one. Yes. Machine 1, type. Let's do timing. That's fine. Let's go. That's fine. Let's go. 2, format. And that's going to be modify label. We're going to call this clock. Shit. I haven't used this thing in a minute. Clock. And clock is, this is pod 2, so I think that's K. And then we're just going to make one big bus for, let's call it count. And that is wired up to pod, the low bits of pod 2. So this guy, this guy, this guy. And that should be enough for right now, except for some reason all of these on pod 1 are selected. So let's turn those off. Done. Finally, let us set a trigger, and the trigger shall be trigger on A greater than 8 milliseconds, and A will be clock being, I guess, just on any clock, which is, we'll see how much capture we get, because this is definitely going to flip the clock line when it turns on, but whatever. Let's do it with clock high, and yeah. Sure, that should be good enough. And so if I hit run on this right now and turn on the NES, it will capture some garbage, yeah, because it's going to do a bunch of spurious clocking. Let me add the label for count, bus, cool. And now if I move over to delay, we can scroll through delay. Cool. And if we go through seconds per division, we can zoom in and out. Lovely. One thing that I want to change is acquisition control. We want to put the trigger position at the start of capture, which will give us more capture per capture. And that didn't capture for shit, which is fascinating. Why are you capturing such a short period? Where are all my clocks? Let us increase the sample period firstly. I don't know why it would be triggering in the first place is the funny part. We can really increase this. Sure. And that's how long each sample is. Okay, what is this garbage? You're seeing this, right? There's no. Oh no, clock is constantly high. Okay. Which follows what I thought. It's an active low clock. So let us modify the trigger, and we will switch it to clock being low for, I guess, for
guess is our sample period is too long and it's not catching the clock. So let us lower our sample period. Sure. Yeah, and now our sample period is so short that we're not capturing any clocks. That's fun. Well, we're like capturing one clock transition and then it's so slow. You know what I will do, because it needs to be done for software purposes, and also it will make capturing on the logic analyzer easier, is let us update the software side. Finally getting back to software. And we shall, don't have any of my stuff up, pretty much remove the delay loop, because I want this to clock as fast as it can, basically. Because now I'm not going to be visually looking at it with my eyes. I'm going to do a capture. Anyone mention mic volume to him or not important? Yeah, let me know if you guys can't hear me, because when I'm over by the logic analyzer, I am not close to this mic. And I don't know if it's significantly bad or not, so please do let me know if it is really bad when I'm over there. Anyhow, so let's ignore this wait for VBlank again. Let's ignore all of the counting in the loop. Actually, wait, no. This one we want to get rid of. That's delay loop. This is our clocking in stuff thing. Clocking in stuff thing. Official term. So the main thing is this decrease X loop there. We do not care about it. Don't want to do that. And for the moment, I think I also want to get rid of the character printing, because that also waits for VBlank, so that's going to introduce delay. And I don't want any delay right now. I just want this to blast full speed and see what the hardware actually does when I am clocking at full bore. Yeah. So don't do print character there. Don't do... We can do these load A's, but let's not do print character here. We will just let that A go off and die into space. And I think that's okay. If we won't get anything on screen, we'll get the to the left. That's fun. But we've removed all the printing temporarily so that it will just blast at full speed. You want to build? Are you going to do it? This sure is taking a minute. It's just an assembler, man. There we go. Okay, and let's just go ahead and burn it. XG Pro. Interesting, I have never had to select that before. Oh, it's because it's unplugged. Whoops. Whoops. Let's get you plugged back in. All right, try that again. XG Pro. Blood. Oh, I've lost all my settings. Cool. Basic.bin. Offset 10,000 hex. Lovely, fine. Don't check ID. Program. And let's make sure it's actually in there. Turn the NES off. Doodly doo, doodly doo, doodly doo. Remove the chippy. Hardcore writing assembly. I don't know if hardcore is the right word. No core? Fool core? Flying by seat of pants core? All of these are valid descriptions. Into the programmer you go. Here you are, there you are. I'm going to go ahead and turn off my soldering iron, because I'm noticing that that's still warm, and I'm going to forget about it. And then the whole house will catch on fire, and my family won't be terribly pleased about that.
programmed, it's happy. Let's put it back in the thingy. Pop it out, pop it in. Only then can you win. Into the NES you go. With the tweezers to hold you down. And you know what? I should probably also instrument the latch input. Yeah, that would be a good idea. Because that is, that has an impact on the operation of this whole fandangly-doo. Let me get another clippy ding. I use words that are not words. Do not come to my channel if you wish to use it to learn English. You will be sorely disappointed. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Here we go. So input 3 will be latch. There we are. Okie dokie dokie. So let me go back over to the logic analyzer, and let me actually also pull the NES screen into here just because of the wonderful capture it was. Yes. Add existing. RCA. Go for it. Here it is. Alright. And I know the screen isn't super readable, but apologies, it is kind of what it is. Okay, so if this works properly, turn it on, we should just see to the left, and then nothing. Perfect, that's what I want. And now, if I go over to the logic analyzer, and I will yell at you. That's what I will do. Okay, here we go. This is what I get for using a nice cardioid mic. Do I need to adjust my trigger? No, actually I think I can just let this rip. Okay, there is one low clock. 4 nanoseconds is still way too fast, so let's slow that down a touch. Let us switch to 1 microsecond. Run it again. And no. Apparently that's too slow. How short is this pulse? Let's see. We are set to 500 nanoseconds per division. Okay, so stop capture. So I need my samples to be that would be too high. I guess 200 nanoseconds is the best I can do, because it's got to be shorter than the clock pulse. There we go. And we have more than one. So that's good, I suppose. And if I zoom in here, let's see. Scooch things a bit this way. Zoom in about this way. Scooch some more this way. We can see that our count is indeed screwy. That's annoying. Like immediately I can see that. So see, it goes 0. Well, okay, you can't see it very well because the screen is dark, but it goes 0, 1, 3, 4. K. That's not great. How many clocks do we have per? Okay, this is going to screw up the screen again, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so that's right. We have 7 clocks per like count, and then on the 8th one, yeah. Which I guess let me add latch to this. Wait, actually, I need to go to format, add a new label. Let's call this latch.
pod. So let's just run this again. And add latch to here. Sure. Yes, that makes sense. So we have latch 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Latch 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's reasonable. Maybe I should make latch my trigger. That would allow me to really, because the this thing can only hold so many samples. So if you can get your sample period longish, then you can view a longer sample history. But the longer you get, the less resolution you have. And in timing mode, you get less resolution overall because it's when you're in state mode, which I might switch to, it uses the clock to you only get samples on clocks. So like it's not keeping samples in between clocks, so you can get a little more resolution, but not by a ton. So let me actually ramp this up to, I guess I really only care about when it's latching right now. What do I care about? Let me, oh god, should I instrument the whole frickin' all of the matrix rows, or all of the columns, sorry, and via that way see, like trigger it for the case of row 0 and see what I'm actually getting out of the keyboard. Seems like the right thing to do. Because what am I actually trying to figure out here, really? I'm trying to figure out why the keys are all over the place. Is it actually the hardware, or is it something weird about the software? You know what I'm going to do as a grip it and rip it thing really quick, actually, is I had said earlier that I was going to use the non-inverted clock here, and things seemed to get wonky when I was using the inverted clock again. So I can re-instrument this in a second, but I'm actually just going to go ahead and redo the clock wires really quick so that it's going through the inverter. And check that, because I've got this feeling, you see, that might be, using the inverted clock might make our timings real marginal on the NES and be fucking shit up for us, for lack of a better word. Yeah. So my clock is coming in here, and I want to, right after I turned off my iron, because isn't that the way it goes? I'm going to disconnect my clock going up here. I'm going to reroute it to, let me check my source. There we go. Let us look at WinCouple. Oh, come on, this stream, I haven't even hit 4 hours yet. I thought we were better than that. Yes, let's see what I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at the shift register. I want to look at the implementation for the counter, because I believe that's where I added the inverter. And yes, I did. And let's see. The NES clock goes in on pin 3, and the inverted signal comes out on pin 16. So that gave me enough time. That yakking gave me enough time to move this clock pin, or this clock wire that is coming in from the NES. We will route it into pin 3, which is the input of the inverter on this thing. Oops, too hot, still hot. Oakley dokley. And then let us take the output from, let's see, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, and route that back into the clock inputs for everybody. wire for that. Where did my... Oh, my messy desk. Where does my shit go to? Nobody knows. It just kind of goes all over the place. I had my little hank of wire bits. Well, you know what? Too late. I'm going to use more wire wrapping wire. On brand. And then we'll go from 16, which is the inverted clock output, back to the original clock signals. So that now everything that was attached to the clock now gets the inverted clock, which is actually a positive clock because the NES itself outputs an inverted clock. Try and strip this without breaking it. Wow, I actually did it. Nice. Oh, here. How about we use this camera? And doodly 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 doo. Where was that wire? I've lost the wire. Here it is. Okay. Let me just, I'm going to revert my changes as well to the software and see if we get more reasonable values now. So let's, I guess just undo comments, undo that comment, undo that comment, undo this, undo that, undo that, undo that. Now we have our timing loop back. Cool. Let's rebuild that. Turn the power off on the NES. Plug this whole thing back together. Where's my NES cable? It's right here. And it was. Let's see if I can do this without looking. Black, white. No, I've already forgotten. It was black, white. Where's my notepad? Orange, red, yellow. Orange, red, yellow. Cool. Okay, keep those separated, and oh, probably burn the ROM. Yes. Pop out the thingy. Go to this camera. Remove the EEPROM. And then after this, if it's still screwy, we shall logic analyze some more. Alright, put it in the programmer. Put it in the programmer. Go back to the programming software where it was where it was over here. Let's do a paranoid rebuild again. Even though I just did that. Load the file again. Cool, set the offset. Good. Okay. Program that sucker. Lovely. Pop it back out. Pop it back in. This is what we do when we begin to lose our minds all the time. Every single day. That's what's on mine. Yeah, so Jacob David Cunningham, this board is a cleaner version of this board. It's this soldered together properly. Yoobly doobly doobly. Okay. Make sure none of my wires are shorted together. And let's also make that header here in a minute so that I don't have to keep doing this. Alright, power on. Okay. That looks
like it was before, which I like. Okay, so let's start doing some sanity checks. Slash, it's that one, and the next one is greater than. Which is the next one over, good. Less than should be the next one over. Good. M should be, I think, the next one over. Yes. N should be, yet again, the next one over. Yes, it is. Plus or minus. I keep calling it plus or minus. It's plus equals. Should be the final one at the end of that line. And it is. And I'm not really seeing any of the issues that I was seeing last time, so I think it was a spurious timing issue using the inverted clock. Probably makes sense, because the timings were weird because of that. So let's do another crazy check where I will do the hold down all of the buttons deal with a limited number of fingers, and I already see that looks like it kind of worked. I think it missed a key, but that might have just because I was in the middle of pressing down keys. Yay! Okay, let me lift up a random key. I'm going to lift up M, and it should not affect anything. I mean, it should, yeah, that one pin should go back high, and then that's it. Yeah, doesn't affect any of the ones around it. Beautiful, unlike what was going on before. Alright, I'm glad I did this. And I just switched from M to N, and it just shifted that one over a position. Cool, this looks like it's working perfectly. Yay! Okay, let's celebrate by soldering up a header onto this thing. Onto this horrible, horrible, horrible thing. So that we don't have to keep holding it like that, to ensure that it doesn't explode and end the world. Oh boy. And I had all these colors actually matched to the colors. Thank goodness, because I was starting to desolder it and I was like, oh wait, I wrote down the colors of the jumper wires. I did not note the colors of the actual cables coming out of the NES. Whoops. No, I color matched them, so I don't have to worry about it. Very nice past me. I'm proud of you. And then we'll just be able to plug things and unplug things, and life will just be a breeze. Man, I'm looking forward to that. Okay, let's get some headers. Where are the nice gold-plated ones? Because this thing deserves the good stuff. I just had them for making the headers for plugging this sucker in, and now of course they've disappeared. Okay, this reminds me of playing with Legos when I was a kid, and you can't find the one part that you need, and then you start building the next part, and you find the part that you could not find a minute ago, but now not to find the part that you're looking for. Because I just found this. Wasn't looking for it, but that's my wire wrap wire stripper. Let me go ahead and put that back in the handle of the tool, which I now can't find. Let's just put... Oh no, the tool is here! Oh, good. Keeping my shit together. Okay, now that that's put away, let's actually find that header. It's right here! Yay! Okay, and let's tin it up. Boy, I love the fact that I can just move this around. That feels nice. Okay. I need to tin... What, 5 pins on here? 1, 2... Counting is a major part of this channel. 3... 4... 5... And it is... Find the other end of that cable again. Because this cable is hilariously long and goes all over the freaking place.
Okie dokie. So it went black, except that was brown. That was the only one that was not exactly the same. So it was black or pseudo black. This is really fun to do without helping hands. Like it's a fun challenge. Then you get it and you feel satisfied. It was black. I'm not cheating. I'm not looking. White. I was totally looking. I was totally cheating. White. Electronics is easy and fun. Easy and fun. Don't let anyone tell you different. Orange. It is easy and fun if you have the right tools. And it's funner and less easy if you don't have the right tools, he told himself. Orange, red. And finally, our best friend yellow. A pretty little yellow wire. Let's just put him in right here. Okay. And now, let me try and maybe... One of the worries here is that there's these crimped... You can't really see them, but there are these crimped posts on the end of each of the wires, which is making it nice because it's giving me something to solder to, kind of, that is really non-destructive. But I don't want to touch the exposed metal of those crimp connectors together. Which I think I'm okay with. I might want to put some electrical tape in here. No. But it's better than having to physically pull them apart with my fingers, so I'm still fine with it. And let us just clip off the excess. There we go. It's not the best, but it is a header, and we plug it in, and everything is cool. Yay! Man, so much cleaner now. So much cleaner, so much less worry on my head about the hardware being crazy. And now, let's make sure it still works. Yay, look at that. Works just fine. Works divine. And if I just mash down some random keys, we should get zeros all over the goddamn place. Yay! Okay, so now we just have to do a bunch of software stuff. That software stuff is... I'm tempted to kill it for the night because we're coming up on 4 hours now, which is I think about how long my stream was when I wrapped up the printing routines. But I have so much to do that I'm going to press forward and yeah, I'm just going to press forward. I was trying to decide if I want to like stop the stream and start a second stream for like part 2 electric software loop. Since I have this is the hardware. It's done.
I feel confident that it is done. I feel good about this. It seems consistent. But no, I think I'm just going to go ahead and press ahead. So, Jacob, you're going to learn some interesting stuff, I think, as we do this. So, I don't know if you roughly get how the keyboard matrix is working, but, you know, it's kind of... You can see these aren't lining up quite right. Basically, the first bit on each row is actually the last bit of the currently scanned column, and so it, like, overlaps weirdly. But, yeah, burning the midnight oil for sure. Except that it's 9. It's 9 EST, so not really. Anyway, so just so you're reading that, every time that 0 comes around, there is a wire that is connected to the 0th column, because this keyboard is broken up into columns and rows, and each one of the rows on screen, except for that wrapping issue. Each one of these rows on screen, except for that wrapping issue that I was mentioning just now, corresponds to one column, all of the rows for one column of the keyboard. So it turns on a row, or it turns on a column, and then it's reading each row, and then switching to the next column and reading each row. So that's how we're reading the keyboard. So really all you get is the button at XY location of the matrix was pressed down, is all you get out of this hardware-wise, which is all you get out of any keyboard. So the way that the mapping then goes is basically what we'll have to do is the keyboard scanning routine will run through after we've initialized things, so we know that we're on row 0 or row 1, which is why we have that guy, because it is only 0 for the first row. All of the other rows, that's always 1. So after we initialize and figure out what row we're on, then every time we want to read a key, we cycle through all of them, much faster than this. This is way slowed down. And then that tells us which buttons were pressed down. We can compare that to which buttons were pressed down the last time we scanned the keyboard. And then ones that were pressed down this time we scanned, but not the previous time. For just those keys, we then pass each of them individually through a little bit of code that will map the location of the key or the key code to the actual ASCII letter that it maps to, and then that is what we will return. I might have to just simplify things, because like if you were doing a keyboard that actually supported multiple keys being pressed in that way, where like multiple keys could change state on any given scan of the keyboard, you would need to be able to like send multiple keys through the change it from the location on the keyboard into what the corresponding ASCII character is stages, and then you would need to return like a list of the keys that were just pressed down. And I mean, you can totally do that, but that's like too rich for my blood right now. So I'm just gonna have to like, I think I'll just do it a cheapo way, and we'll check the keyboard, we'll scan it, compare it against the last scan, and then the first key that we find that's different, that was pressed down or whatever, we'll just send that one, and assume that's good enough. I mean, we don't really even need to handle multiple keys being pressed down. Like, we could ostensibly, just, like, on every scan, because here's a tough, like, keyboard stuff is a little more complex than you might think it is, because you've got key repeat, you've got key combinations, you've got that the user might be holding down multiple buttons at a time and discerning all of that stuff and then transforming it into something, if you have a piece of software that just wants what's the ASCII code of the button that was just pressed, it's a little non-trivial because of all those details. And then you have to decide, how are you going to actually report that information? And we want to go pretty simple here. So, thinking about that. I guess let's just start doing it. So the first thing I want to do is, if I reset this again, shift and stuff, because Well, I might not support shift right now just because don't need to. Let's actually turn this all the way off. So if you turn this all the way off, let everything settle, let the capacitors discharge, and you turn it on, you can see a very obvious, there's a 0 at the beginning. That means that the first bit that we clock in when we start clocking stuff is not, this is, I think, one of the issues with the inverted clock, but it's fine because it's better than the crap that we were seeing before, is that first, when we do a clock, we don't actually get the data for that position until the next clock, which, yeah, is going to be a little weird to deal with. But there's nothing to do for it but to do it. So, what do I do with my current code? So, I mean, theoretically, I can just, like, drop that first bit and always, like, work a bit behind. That wouldn't be too bad. So what we would do there is basically, there's a whole bunch of code here, which I will surely get back into. But the meat and potatoes is this line right here. This loads the value from address 4016 into the accumulator, which is basically the one register that you get on a 6502 processor. What's at memory address 4016 is the controller register. So when you read that, it gives you the next bit from the controller. But clearly it's giving us, you know, we're a bit behind when we do this. So what we need to do, I think, is actually oh, and you have no control. Every time you read a bit, it clocks the controller port. You can't control the clock itself. If you want to read the input from the controller, you have to clock the controller. It's one and the same thing. By reading from this register, it automatically clocks the port. So you don't have control over that. So I think what I'm going to have to do, let's see, am I using my secondary registers for anything? I use Y up here for quick decrement of things, but I don't think I use it otherwise. So what if we load A here, but we transfer it temporarily into Y, so we transfer A into Y, and then let's load a, I'm going to make a 0-page variable, let's call it last keyboard bit, and boy, we have a lot of code, huh? Let's define that up here. Last keyboard bit, we are going to put at 0-page address, and 0-page just means it's the first 256 bytes of memory. They're easily accessible by a 6502 processor. Quickly accessible. Just really quickly, Jacob David Cunningham says, you pushing this up somewhere, version control, or no? I haven't yet. I'd like to clean this up before I do anything like that. And it's kind of one of those things where it's not currently really a shareable project, because you really need schematics of this, and it would depend on what keyboard you're using, because I'm using this very specific key matrix, which is going to be different for any kind of like keyboard that you scrounge off of some old like 8-bit computer or something like I have. So I do believe in sharing it, but it's not at the top of my priorities list. Getting in the zone, I'll just watch. Good luck. Yeah, sure. Please, it's good to have you hanging out. Anyway, so we've got a bunch of things. This is just defining this memory address is just going to be called this in my code. It's just kind of an alias for things. So I already have a few of them for storing some values. I am going to set this at, I think scroll value is just an 8-bit value, so I think I can just use the next memory address, I think. And one of the things is we don't have a last keyboard bit the first time that we clock things in. So maybe I also, or you know what, because this is a 8-bit value and I only ever am storing, am using the lowest most bit in there to store what the last bit clocked in from the controller port was. So actually what I can do is let's initialize it to, doesn't really matter where or when we initialize it. This is a bunch of screen initialization stuff, blanking the screen out, initializing some values. So yeah, I'll put this right here. Indicate that we haven't yet clocked in any bits from the keyboard, and we will load into A the immediate hex value FF, all ones, and we will store that into that location, which was last keyboard bit. And then in our keyboard code, when we get all the way down there, let's see. So here, yeah, we'll do this load A, and then we'll transfer A into Y, but we might just throw that away. Then we'll load last keyboard bit, and before we do anything else with it, we will compare it with literal FF, and if they were equal, then we're just going to jump to the end because we don't need to do anything. It's just kind of like a spurious, we have to do one clock without reading anything before we can do anything else. So let's go, I guess, to echo loop is the top of the loop that's doing the printing on the screen. So let's just, I think we can just jump to the top of echo loop. I don't think there's any reason that we need to do anything else. So if they were equal, branch to the top of the loop again. Oh, actually, I guess we still want to. So this is resetting. We're using X as a loop. X is another register that's in the CPU. We're using X to do a timing loop, and we still want that reset at this point. So, and actually, I want to speed that up a touch. Let's actually speed that up a fair amount. Let's like make it loop 2 times every time we print a character and read a key. Let's make another label here that doesn't do the printing of the character on the screen for this spurious clock, and let's call it init clock done, and here we'll branch to init clock done. So we will clock in a bit, temporarily stash it in Y, which is for a thing that I'm going to do in a minute, and then load last keyboard bit out of memory, see if it was FF, which it can only be FF if it wasn't, if we haven't clocked in a bit yet, and actually what we should do here is we do need to set it to an initial value, so let's set it to, oh, we set it to whatever, whatever's in Y, really. So yeah, for init clock done, I guess we'll take, since we just stashed this in Y, we will transfer Y back into A. Yeah, because we want to stash this, because otherwise we would be overwriting it with this value. So we take that stashed value that we just read from the controller, and then we will store that into the last keyboard bit memory field, so that now we have taken the previous keyboard bit and stashed it in there, so the next time we come around, it will not be FF, it'll be whatever the previous keyboard bit was. Right? That makes sense. Yes, I think. And then finally, we actually want to, like, that's all fine, but skip init clock done. This is kind of spaghetti-ish that I'm putting this in the middle of here, but we will, in all other cases, clear carry, branch carry clear, which is how you do a unconditional branch in 6502 assembly, and we will branch carry clear to skip init clock done. So basically, for our other code paths that come through here, when they get to this point, they'll just skip this block of code entirely. But if we do this initial thing where we clock in the thing, we find out, oh, this is the first time we've done this, so don't do anything with it, just stash it and move on. Then we branch to init clock done, which pulls the value out of y, skips all of this, pulls the value out of y, stores it in the last keyboard bit, and then still does the exit stuff, which we only want to do if we're doing that first clock. So then the next time around, let's see. So we have transferred A into Y, which is pretty much just there to stash the last value. So now we still have the previous keyboard bit, if it wasn't FF, is now in A, and our current value is stashed in Y. So now we can do everything with the previous value. So that's the anding it with 0, 1 to see if it was a 1 or a 0, blah, 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 blah. But regardless, we need to... So this is the part that, if you haven't been watching before, basically this says if we clocked in a 1, then ironically we print a 0. If it was a 0, we print a 1. There are reasons. But any... Or no, sorry. BEQ is if this ended up being 0. So if we anded 0, 1 with whatever we clocked in, and it was 0, then we print a 0. Right. So actually that's not backwards. Anyhow. So what we need to do here is once we're done doing this printing bit, we need to take Y, assuming we haven't screwed with it too bad, and let's see. I guess here, because this is the part that actually does the printing of the character. I need to stash the current value that's in Y back into this value again, or back into this location, so that it is there for the next cycle. And calling this print character subroutine screws up the Y register. So I would like to ideally stash that Y value before we hit here. So I'm just going to do the lazy thing, and both in this branch, so if it was 1, then I will transfer Y back into A and store it to last keyboard bit, and same thing here. Before we load A with anything, transfer Y back into A and store last keyboard bit. I'm repeating myself. You know what they say in software development is do not repeat yourself, but too late. I have done it. So what this should have achieved for us now is if I wrote this code right, which is highly questionable, we should be like always lagging by a bit. So the current clock that happened on the port is retrieving what will be the next key press, or the previous field. Whatever. The clock is always offset by 1 cycle from what the actual data is. Which is weird, but it's fine because we can deal with it in software, and that should be fine. So this should not fix that issue, but handle that situation. Also, this isn't on GitHub because the code is going to be gross as hell because I'm doing it on the fly, and it will need so much cleanup. Right now we're doing dirty, get it working development. So let's go back, load, make sure it's offset, okie dokie, go to program it, and turn off the NES. Haven't been seeing the code the whole time. If I can be so fair to myself, 4 hours and 13 minutes, and I haven't done that yet, because I have done that several times. Not bad. Still sucks for you guys. Oh, yeah. Trade MC says in software development, they say, check your chat. Let me just read the chat really quick. Well, Trade MC said, I'm back. Yeah, I take it you're working on scanning the keyboard. How are you going to do it? Scan the matrix once or twice during VBlank? We can't see the code. Jacob David Cunningham says, we can't see the code. Trade MC says, he's so engrossed in the code he doesn't know. Yeah, what was that, like 10 minutes of just watching me talk about code? Here, for your edification, I'll go back and look a little bit at what I did. So, sorry. I added another 0-page variable. We're calling it last keyboard bit. One of the issues with scanning right now, like I was saying, is the clock is always offset from what we're reading by one cycle. So, gotta find my actual code. We have that variable, and more or less what's happening is when we actually go to read the keyboard, we read it, then we stash the value as red and Y, and then we load what was in the last keyboard bit field, which I'm initializing to FF to say on the first time that we do this, basically ignore what's in there and just stash it and don't do anything with it. So if it was that, then we go to init clock done, just does the final tail end of, or no, init clock done, takes what was stashed in Y, puts it in the last keyboard bit variable, and then does the normal stuff and exits. And then if it wasn't FF, then we take what is currently in A, which is the previous keyboard value, do the regular stuff with it, and then print if it was 0 or 1. But just before we print, this was the do not repeat yourself part. We take what was in Y, stash it back in the last keyboard bit, and the same thing if it was 0. And that's basically it. And I think that will fix up our weird lagging. I don't know why I built that again. Our weird laggingness. Yeah, so this should be good to go. Let me grab the hardware. Also, thanks for coming back, Trey. Long-ass stream, so it's interesting to see people pop out and then back in, and then out and then back in. And the fact that people would be willing to come back in is neat. Okay, let's program that, assuming that I had loaded the actual version of the code that I think I did. And doodly-doodly-doo, programmed. Why is it so hard for me to figure out where my hands are on camera? Like, it's not like it's mirrored or anything. I can't. Trade MC says, I had Thai. Man, that sounds nice. Actually, I don't feel so jealous because we got some Chinese noodles for lunch. And they were good. I had myself some Don Don noodles. Honestly, it's tough. The sauce on a Don Don noodle, not as good as a pad thai, sauce-wise. However, Don Don noodles have such a nice texture. It's a real toss-up. Okay, let's see if we don't get that 0-bit at the start this time. Okay. The hell? Now I really don't understand. It's like it's doing the opposite of what I thought it would do. Oh, well, so for one thing, yeah, that first line, because we're still doing all the counting stuff, so even though we didn't do anything with that, all of the counting is still happening as far as counting what row we're on. So that is an issue. But the weird thing is now everything is... Oh, it's probably because of the counting. Because the counting now is not... is out of sync with the fact that we're doing the lagging leading thing. That's why. Because that 0 is now pushed forward a byte. It was at the beginning of the line. It should be going back a bit. Not a byte, a bit. Which is, I'm sure, because we're still counting when we shouldn't be. We shouldn't count stuff. We shouldn't, like, count a red key. That's the right one. We shouldn't count a red key until and unless we have done the initial read. So on initial reads, we shouldn't be counting whatever we're counting. Which I'm already forgetting what we use for counting. That is the thing that we are keeping on the stack, right? Yeah. Tis. So for starters, we will remove this hack, because I had that set to 8 for idiot reasons. And this is our counter for what row we're on. Not what column, what row. And it resets every time we switch to the next column. I had it set to 8 to try and hackily fix something, but no. So we don't want to change that value, which happens here. We don't want to update that the first time around, right? Yeah. So actually, latching done gets hit. Okay, so no latch happens if so if we are currently on row 7, which we default to saying we are at row 7, so the first time we start up it's always on row 7, which is going to kind of force a reset of everything. Then if they are equal, then we set the latch high, and we skip over this code, and when the latching is done, we grab the value back off the stack, right? Because we pushed it back onto the stack there. So we pull it, we swap it into Y just so we can decrement it, and then we put it back into A, and yeah, already forgetting my own code. But basically, I think we want this to not happen. Why is this happening here? Oh, because this is when all of the handling, whether the latch should be set or not, is done. Okay, right. So every time this happens, regardless. And this is the part that takes the current row value, pulls it off the stack, decrements it, and then eventually puts it back on the stack somewhere. Right? Yeah. Right here. Or... where does it put it back onto the stack if it didn't happen here? Hello? Oh, it still does it here, because it flows through. Duh. Duh. Right, and it resets it here. That's why. So... yeah, there were two things that needed to happen. A, the initial value should be 7. That is the correct initial value, so I've reset that. And then... this basically needs to not happen if this is FF. That's fun. So, again, I'm going to do the lazy thing here, and I'm just going to check it in 2 places just to make it work. That wouldn't be the way I would structure this if I were writing this good, but we not writing this good right now. So, before we pull A, let us load A, last keyboard bit, compare with FF, and branch if it is equal to we just don't want to do the counting, right? I guess. Let's see. Can we just skip this whole chunk of stuff? Where's the best place we can skip to without breaking things? So we want to skip the whole pulling it off, transferring it, all of this, doing the print. We don't need to push back onto the stack. And this is the part where we clock things in. So let's just F it, make another label. First clock, what a terrible label. And so yeah, branch if it is equal to first clock and skip all of this. Just skip it. And will that improve things? I don't know. I'm not smart enough to zhuzh it out step by step. So what we're going to do is we're going to burn it and we're going to find out. Loaded. Time to program. Were you actually seeing my screen this time? I can learn. Sometimes. Into the programmer you go. No, do, 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 do. Programming is what I'll do. Programming this chip, programming you. Okay. Let's see if things actually line up a little bit better, and then go back to programming where I throw a bunch of that away, because printing this stuff on the screen isn't actually what I want to do. It's just proving that things work properly. That still looks like exactly the same. The hell? One second. I built that, right? I'm pretty sure I built that. I'm pretty sure. Let's definitely build it again and run it in the emulator. Just run it in the emulator. Just to make sure. If it looks exactly the same in the emulator with that short first line, then I know the code is wrong. Yeah, the code is wrong. Dingus, what are you doing? So I really don't, I'm going to have to just like debug this because I don't get why that's happening. So we do the line break only when, so this is the code that does the line break. It prints a 0D and a 0A. That's what does the line break. But we only do that if, let's see. We should only be doing that when like we get to the end of a line. So compare blah blah blah. Let's just go through this whole thing. We wait for v blank. We decrease x, which is our countdown guy. Oh, which is why we have the weird delay at the beginning, because I had lowered that down here. You'd think I would just put this in a constant, but whatever. No, I had set that to 2, so let's just make sure that's... And that doesn't really matter a whole lot, but our delay value will be 2. Anyway, does the X countdown loop. Cool, fine. Once we have done that 2 times, we pull the whatever, the row count value off the stack, see if it was 7, push it back in either case, and then if it was not 7, then we took no latch, in which case we set the latch low and flow through here, and if we were at 7, then we do set the latch high. Is that screwing things up? Because I am setting the, well, no, we do want to set the latch high on the first one, always. So that certainly can't be the issue. Anyway, so we set the latch high, and then also branch to latch and done, so they both end up in the same place. So either branch we take, we end up here. We load last keyboard bit, see if it's FF. If it is FF, which is the critical thing that we were just doing, then we jump to first clock, and so we raise the latch, skip all this crap, we clock the port once, store Y, load. So at this point, this is still 7. Hasn't changed. Is that why? Because it won't get checked until the next time? Because it... Anyway, let me keep flowing through this. Last keyboard bit... Right, we stash the previous value, load this, see if it was FF again. If it was FF, then we skip all of this crap, put Y back in A, store it in the last keyboard bit spot, and so the main thing that I'm trying to suss out here is why our first line is one digit short. I guess I need to start there. But then even if it is 1 digit short, the other issue that we have is that our column 0 detect bit is still showing up on the second line, which is not right. You think maybe at this point I should just start rewriting this code because it's so bogged down in itself, and really, like, this was proof of concept code. What I really need to be doing here is scanning the matrix and reading shit in properly and turning it into key presses. So maybe I should focus on that instead of trying to figure out why my count is just slightly off here. Maybe we just restart from scratch. My only problem with that is I need to, part of this proof of concept is I need to use it to make sure I know which key I'm on, which is a bit of a toughie. Sorry, I'm just thinking about it and what I want to do. Well, you know what? Honestly, I want to know. I morbidly want to know what's up with that first line. So I am going to go ahead and do that. Because I've got an emulator here. It's got a debugger. We should be able to figure this out, man. Let's go ahead and pause this bad boy. Yo. I'm amazed that nobody called me out for not going to the screen again. It's because I've been going for 4.5 hours. If I hit 5, I mean, when I hit 5, I might call it, because my brain is goosed, man. I don't even know if that's a saying. What's the best way to work when your brain is just toast? You know what? I think the answer is rewrite. The answer is rewrite. Wonder why I was loading FF into X here. That's interesting. So we're just gonna delete all of this shit. We're just going for it. Yeah, we're killing all of this. And going to do? I'm going to make a new echo loop. Or maybe halt loop. And you know what I'm going to do in this one? Is I'm going to branch carry clear to, clear carry, branch carry clear, halt loop to make an infinite loop here. And I am going to, on every loop, JSR get key. And then we'll start writing from the ground up a get key routine, which is going to return us increasingly complicated results. We're going to start simple as possible, make sure it works, and build up from that. Does that sound good? That sounds good to me. And I'm not going to try and use any tricks. I'm not going to try and use any hacks. We're just going to write code that works. So let's make a label, get key. And right now we'll just return to, is it RTS? Is that build? I guess so. So for starters, every time we want to get the key, because basically in real practice we'd call get key and it would scan the matrix and, you know, be done. I guess. You know what we need to do first, though, which is annoying. What we have to 100% do first is we actually need to, let's also make a routine for this. We need to reset the keyboard. So we need to do the thing where we make sure it's at column 0. Which is a little non-trivial, but maybe this is a good practice for working with this freaking keyboard that some idiot made. So let's call this init keyboard, and we'll return to sender. And right here we will init keyboard, and there we go. And in init keyboard, what I'm going to need to do is basically, I guess fundamentally we need to do kind of what we were already doing, which is hit the latch, cycle 7 times, cycle some number of times, and then see if that nth bit is 0. Because when we get the nth bit as 0, we know that we are on row 0? 1. Column 1. And then I suppose what we can do is once we know that we're on column 1, we just need to keep latch high and then toggle the clock 7 more times. This is something that we'll have to figure out as we work with this, because we will hopefully see pretty quickly if I'm off by 1. Off by 1. That's the theme, the constant theme. Oh, Jacob Cunningham says, "Don't no, copy the file." It's too late. Sorry. Don't worry. That code isn't that complicated. My brain is just really not working. It's really bad code. It's not as hard as it looks. At least for me. No, I mean, like if you've been doing 6502 assembly for a while, that hot pile of garbage was, I could rewrite it. Okay, so let's start at the start. The first thing we want to do is, I guess, you know what I should have done last time, and that I am going to do right this time, is I tried to get all clever with putting stuff on the stack and blah blah blah. We're just gonna have 0-page variables. That's what the 0 page is there for. So what I need really is a, let's just be really explicit. We can get rid of them if we don't need them later, but we're gonna have current keyboard column at 08 and current keyboard row at 09. If in the course of doing this, I can keep everything in registers and be a little more clever, so be it. But for now, we're just gonna have explicit things right there. So, also we need to add that to like the global initialization. So let's also load a, what do we even want to store in those? I guess 0 for starters. So load a 0 and then store it in current keyboard column and current keyboard row. Instead of starting with 7, like the insane person that I was. But that's not even going to matter because they aren't necessarily going to correspond to anything initially. They're just going to be relative to wherever the keyboard was when it started up. So what we will do for init keyboard is we're going to need a loop where we, it's like I said, it's basically going to be the same thing because we need to, I guess, load a, actually I guess we know that we can start with hitting the latch and the clock because we need to, regardless, reset the whole thing and start reading on a new column. So let us look at the documentation. Which register was that? Where is my Chrome? Here is my Chrome. And NES dev controller, just to double check on the registers again. Yes, input to the controller. That is writing to 406.16. So let us explicitly load a 1 and store that into 4016, right? 4016. And now that we have set the latch high, let's actually put some comments in here. Set latch high and do a clock to reset to the beginning of whatever the next column is. So load a from 4016 is read from the first controller and do a clock. Wow. 4016. Okay, so that will reset things and put us at the beginning of whatever the current column is, and actually it's perfectly fine that we throw away whatever was clocked in by that first byte because we don't care because we have already determined that the value that we get on the next controller read will be the one that we got from the previous clock. So that's useful, is that we don't care to save this value. Don't need to. So now that we have done that, we can lower the latch again and let us see. We don't need to look at every individual value. We just need to look at the 7th value. Yeah. So what we will do is now we need to enter a loop where we loop over each column to get the and check the 7th row to see if we are at column 1. Yeah. So I guess let's just make a label for starters. Is kv init column, right? Kv init, sure, whatever, good enough. And
we are going to I guess it's kind of a bummer and inefficient that because we could do this inside of the loop, but whatever. I already decided being redundant is not the hugest problem here. And maybe it would take us one less cycle if we were already on it when we did this one, but doesn't matter. Doesn't matter right now. So let's basically just do the same thing. Make sure the latch is high. Do a clock. And then after we have done that, load a lower the latch. Keep typing 0 1s, but not specifying that it is hex. Whoops. Okay. Load a 0. Actually, sorry. 0 0. And store that into the latch register, so that we lower the latch. And now, finally, we will load Y. Sure. And what I'm going to do is, because my brain is so mush, I'm just going to guess. But I mean, it's going to be somewhere around. So if we just reset, we did a clock. Should be the one on like the. I don't know. I'm going to start with 7. And what I'm going to do here, I'm talking to myself and I've got thoughts in my brain, but I'm going to. If we're off here and we're not pressing any keyboard buttons, then if we sit here and scan for and wait for a 0 in this position to come up, and we're not pressing any keyboard buttons, it'll never come up, so it'll just hang forever. And so if I'm off, I just adjust until it doesn't hang. So I'm going to load Y, go with gut feeling because I can't suss it out right now. Let's start with 6, and then let's make this KB row skip loop. And what we're going to do is we're just going to load a 4016 to clock the controller port and read a bit, and then decrease Y and branch if it was 0, or branch if it was not 0, back up to the top of the loop. And then finally, what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to, when we get to the, sorry, so this is just skipping forward, right? It's not actually, we didn't actually check the value. So we loaded it here, and we're only dealing with Y here. So when we break out of this loop, when Y is counted down all the way, we will still have whatever we read in from the controller port in A. So we can check it here. And so I will do the classic and of course I need to keep in the back of my head that we have that whole off by 1 delayed read thing, which I'm not going to worry about too much right here, but it will matter when we actually start reading the keyboard, because if we initialize it and we're like off, actually it really doesn't matter because we only care what column we're on. Yeah, because when we start scanning the matrix, I'm just going to latch the whole thing and we will start at the beginning of a column. So if we're off by a row read or by a row clock, doesn't matter here. So that's nice. So anyway, we'll and with 0 1, and if it is that would be going up all the way to init column, right? So if it it would be 0. So branch if equal is branch if 0, and so if it let's do the opposite then. So branch if it wasn't 0, back up to the beginning of KB init column loop, and finally we're not actually going to use this label, but I'm going to put a label here anyway. KB column 1 found. We will need to do some more stuff here, but for now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to print. I guess I was going to like print a string, but it doesn't matter. We just need to print literally anything if we get here. So I'm going to load a literal. Let's keep going with X and JSR print character, and then finally return to sender. So to recap, even for myself, our init keyboard routine so far is going to raise the latch, clock once to reset us to the beginning of whatever column we're on, which actually, that's completely redundant, isn't it? It totally is, because we're just going to do that again right here. So this is what I was saying about write it and then clean it out when you realize that you don't need it. Okay, so we start at the beginning here, and we do the same thing that I just described. We set the latch high, and then we read from the controller port to do 1 clock, and then we lower the latch and proceed to store that, load a counter of 6 into Y, and then do this loop where we read from the controller port, decrease Y. If Y was 0, which means we counted down and we did X number of clocks, or rather Y number of clocks, I guess, then, or rather if we haven't hit that number, then we keep looping, but if we have, then we fall through to here. The value from reading the controller port should still be an A. We and that with 0, 1 for cleanliness. And if it was not 0, then, which of course, well actually I was going to say of course causes a problem if the user is pressing down a key, but no, because my whole thing about me not pressing keys is only for figuring out that we're counting the right number of bits, because it will always be in the same bit position. You can't press a key to alter the value of that row. So once we have this locked in, if a user is pressing keys at this time, doesn't matter. Anyway, so yes, and I already noticed a typo. This should be looping on keyboard row skip loop. Yes, because it was going to jump all the way up to the top. Whoopsie. Anyway, so we get the value of the bit. If it was 1, which means not set in a backwards way, then we jump all the way back up to here and do another cycle of latch, clock, lower latch, clock 6 times, then check to see if the value was 0 or not, and if it was, then we finally eventually know we were on keyboard column 1, and in that case, we stash an X into A, print it, and then return to sender. So I expect this to, I can't run this in the emulator because it will always be zeros, so yeah. But if I run it on the physical thing, I actually expect it to not work the first time around, but I will adjust that number until it does work. And then we know. We are on column 1. I think I keep interchangeably saying column 1 and column 0, but I hope you get what I'm saying. My mind is so squishy, I can't remember if I built it literally seconds ago. Okay. Load it up. Load it up. Have we hit 5 hours yet? No, we're 10 minutes away from full brain squish. And then we'll just roll into tomorrow. I loaded it, right? Yeah, we're 10 minutes away from full brain squish. That's fine. Loaded, program it, unplug it from the thingy. It's right here. Apparently I already took it out of the thing. Where am I? Who am I? The funny thing is, I would still be in this kind of hazy brain space if I was doing this like just by myself without streaming it. Streaming just makes me incredibly more aware of, yo dude, your brain is getting squishy, maybe take a break, take a rest, and come at it early tomorrow. But there's just so much to do. At this point, you're getting to the point of like just plowing through it until it works, which is going to take a little more time, but gets a little more done as opposed to just going to bed. Hands up if you know what I'm talking about. The real trade-off in working on projects that take mental capacity, where you hit that certain point where I'm at right now, where you can't process anything, and you're trying to decide, should you just keep throwing shit at the wall because eventually it will work if you give it long enough, or is the diminishing returns on that just not worth it anymore? That's an engineering trade-off. Yeah, Trade MC says it's about that time. Let me read the stuff. Stephen Wright, who is... Have you been here the whole time, Stephen? I don't think so. Anyway, he says this man knows no bounds. Oh, I know bounds. I'm feeling those bounds. Trey Dempsey is telling me, you're right, man. You're right at those bounds. Let's run this thing. It should just hang. Uh-huh. Well, that's unexpected. Well, not unexpected, but pleasant. Okay, so here's the sanity check. Is if this is just working because my code is that far off, then if I adjust that number in the code, it should hang forever. Would be the idea, right? That's how I check this. So let's change our loop number. Let's increase it to 7. And burn it again and see if it still prints the X. Because if it still prints the X, then my code is just wrong. If it doesn't print the X, then that means that it was unable to find a 0 in the detect bit position, and that is what we would hope for. I mean, the thing that's getting me is it's only 10 o'clock, man. It's not that late. It's just using your brain power continuously for... I don't even know what buttons my camera's on anymore. It's just a little disheartening. Okay, adjusted. Load it. Like, it's not even a full workday. Which goes to show how much my brain power I put into a normal workday. Yeah. And Trade MC is piecing out, so I'm sure you won't miss much. Thanks for hanging out, as always. I don't trust my brain. I think I loaded this right, but I don't trust my brain. Do it again. Program it again. Be real sure. Okay. I think this is the last thing I will do for the night. Let's check if this hangs, which I hope it will, and if it does, that means we're making progress, and my keyboard initialization is kind of doing the right thing. Cross your fingers. Oh, that is pleasing. That is pleasing. So it's actually doing the right thing. Cool. Well, the last thing I'll do then, because that heartens me greatly, is we're not quite done with the initialization, because once we have found row 1, or column 1,
it is too late. We've already clocked the whole thing. Oh, but you know what we can do? Actually, all we need to do in that case, so we won't... we change this back to 6. And... We won't do this here, but instead of printing that X, all we really need to do is kind of nothing, right? Actually, yeah, actually nothing, because I was trying to think this through. I was gonna say we need to like set the latch and do a clock so that we have like relatched the row and reset to being at the first bit, you know, ready to read the first bit of the row. But we actually don't need to do that because we'll be doing that when we scan the keyboard matrix anyway. So all we need to know is that, oh, we do currently have column 1 selected, so were one to subsequently do a latch and start reading, you'd be reading from the beginning of column 1, which is enough. That's enough, right? So I think we are good. Yeah, we're good for right now. If the cutoff for tonight is have keyboard reset functioning, that's it. That's keyboard reset. So yeah, gonna call it. This is gonna be a whole long weekend of mega streams, because yeah, there's a lot to do. Most of the project will probably be done this weekend. Not completed, I mean. Most of the project work will be performed over the course of this weekend and on Monday. So brace yourself for that. I'll be bracing myself for that. Skip in and skip out as much as you want to, because it's just going to be happening. But I appreciate everybody who's been in and out today. I am really happy, honestly, with this little treat right here. Like, I mean, look at this thing. You just plug the keyboard into it, and it's just a little, it's like a piece of hardware, man. That's fun. I know we spent like an hour and a half soldering that up, but like, that's satisfying. Come on. And you can just plug it in, and it's good to go. And it's this pretty little white PCB, and it's just, feels good. So anyway, I could be happy with that. We've found where the hardware issues were, more or less. This doesn't do them. I'm clocking in values in a way that looks relatively reasonable. Yeah. So tomorrow, let's actually like implement keyboard scanning. Maybe we'll see. We'll see how this goes. I'll do like a workday situation, maybe a 3 or 4 hour mega stream in the morning-ish. Hopefully maybe get the keyboard scanning code done, and then take a lunch, take a break, take a nap, let my brain reset, do another one in the evening to hopefully start floppy disk stuff, because I'm gonna be doing that, and then Monday try and like knock out reading and writing floppies. Oh, you know we're gonna get to Monday and we're gonna be like barely having the keyboard working, but that's fine. We have goals, and we have I don't know, what's the word for that? Reasonable slippage, accepted slippage. But I want to be shoot for the moon, and you will end up somewhere floating through space. Thank you guys for just hanging out. As always, got to do my sign off. I don't think there's anything else to say, so. And it's been 5 hours and 2 minutes, so I've gone over 5, and that was all I required of myself. So, thanks again, and see ya tomorrow. Love ya. Bye-bye.